Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this meeting of the Bloomington City Council to order. Tonight is Monday, the 21st day of December, our last City Council meeting of 2020. And now that we're called to order, I'd like to start the meeting as we always do. If you could please rise if you're able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. And as I said, good evening. Good evening to the council and staff joining us tonight and anybody watching online. Thanks for being here. Ms. Christensen, if you could please get us kicked off by calling the roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
Present.
Councilmember Carter.
Present.
Councilmember Coulter.
Present.
Councilmember Lohman.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Present.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Mayor Bussey.
Here. Let the record show that all 7 members of the Bloomington City Council are present this evening. With that, we'll move on to item 4, which is the approval of tonight's agenda. Council, do we have any changes or additions to tonight's agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if anybody else was planning on stepping forward and doing this, but under hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, I know item 8.5 has generated a not insignificant amount of interest from that neighborhood. And given everything else we have on the agenda, I think it would be appropriate if we move that to the beginning of that particular section. So I will move to, I guess it would be to make item 8.5 number 8.1 and then renumber numbers 8.1 through 8.4 accordingly.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Beloga. And so to clarify, we would just move 8.5 up to the beginning of Section 8, which is our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. So 8.5 would precede 8.1, 2, 3, 4, and then we jump to 8.6. Just for clarity's sake, that's what we'd be planning on doing. Everybody's good with that? Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
No.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 6-1 to move item 8.5 up in the agenda to as we stated. Now that we have an agenda, we can move on to item 5. We don't have any introductory items this evening, which brings us to item 6, which is our consent agenda. Councilmember Beloga, we've got a sizable consent agenda tonight, actually. Councilmember Beloga.
We do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think I've heard from everyone, but I'll give a last call for any holds tonight. Last call. Not hearing any. We have holds on items 6.1 and 6.2, 6.4, 6.5, 6.15, 16, and 17. So with that, I will move items 6.3, 6.6 through 6.14, 6.18 through 23.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the consent business as stated. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Councilmember Beloga, I'm assuming you want to start with 6.2. We'll come back to the acceptance of donations at the end, but do you want to move to 6.2?
Very good. 6.2 was held by Councilmember Lohman. So,
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. I was unfortunately not here during when this decision was finally made, and I promised that I would give some comments regarding this, and I'll go ahead as to why I'm going to vote no on this particular item. I'm glad that I have the opportunity, while speaking in the minority, to be able to speak. Certainly, I could quote the survey that residents took earlier on in the year. or that the budget committee, that I asked of the budget committee to review that survey, and they did not, as I understand, review that survey. It could possibly have missed it. But my rationale, my reasons for not supporting
Councilmember Lohman, if I could just interrupt you for just a moment here. I understand what you're trying to do here, trying to explain your vote, which we made last time or a couple times ago, I guess, on the budget as it related to the motor vehicle office. And what we're looking at here is a resolution adopting their enterprise fund budget for this year.
Yes, Mayor, and I plan on voting against this one because of what we did during that particular point in time, and I'm also voting against this for these particular reasons for this particular enterprise fund. So my statements, I hope that I'd be allowed, having a minority opinion, to be able to communicate that to the public.
You're absolutely allowed to do that, but I think as they relate to this particular item, I think if you got statements particularly as it relates to the budget and the budget decision that was made a couple of weeks ago, if you wanted to hold that to the council issues and updates, I think that's more appropriate there.
Well, these statements are related to this particular item, and I'm going to go ahead and make those statements now, Mayor. And certainly, if if the council wants to stop me from being able to express a minority opinion, that is certainly within the council's in your prerogative if you want to do that. But certainly, I am opposed to this particular motion that we have put forward. Specifically because from my understanding was we were going to go at least 6 months. And also it's due to values. Some arguments could be made to use the same argument that's used to eliminate this particular item because other cities provide this particular service. For example, public health is similar to that. Highland Greens, the swimming pool, the community center, and so many other of our enterprise funds. Other enterprise funds were given a professional review. This one didn't seem to get a professional review. It almost seems personal. I don't have the evidence to support that, but it just seems that way. Using the budget process, as Councilmember Nelson has mentioned, to determine a program, I think is wrong, and I agree with that council member. We have 2 publicly held golf courses in Bloomington. And some may argue that golf and entertainment, even if it's duplicate in nature, is okay because of the demographics of our current community. But when I look at that, I still cannot understand why we are doing that with this particular item. Oftentimes, when we make public policy, I am careful to make sure that when we have these services here that will end on March the 16th, if this is passed by this council, services more people than 2 golf courses. We will use these funds as we eliminate this particular item after March to possibly fund other priorities that we will see in January. We couldn't make those decisions about those today. I am thankful that my colleagues at least gave the opportunity for us to continue this particular service till March. But as I said earlier, my understanding was it was going to last for 6 months. For all of those reasons and more, I will not be supporting this change for our services to end in March, because it does not fit my values. For all those who share my point of view, it is time to move on. I remember Jack Beloga and I disagreed on a number of items, including the community center and also on the court building. And we did move on from there. And I would advise that you also move on this particular issue. Having the opportunity to serve Bloomington in this particular fashion is a gift, and also to have the opportunity to speak in the minority. I appreciate that, Mayor and Council. I'm reminded of the words of a wise leader. She said, "It is not what we take away from the next generation. It is what we build or preserve for the next generation who comes after us." I thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. Council, I'd be looking for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution approving the 2021 Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget, which will fund operations through March 31st, 2021. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also will be speaking against the resolution. And I will not repeat what Councilmember Lohman had said, but I do agree with his comments. And it will also be important for me to say that we have more spending resolutions that are going to come before the City Council in early January for adding new personnel and potentially services to the city. And doing that on and at the cost of motor vehicle, which is used principally, which the greatest impediments to the closing will be borne by our senior citizens, will be a disservice to our community. And as a result, I cannot support this and move to deny the resolution approving the Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to deny the resolution to approve the 2021 Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget. And just for clarification's sake, Mr. Verbrugge, would this then in effect close the motor vehicle office as of January 1st?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I believe if you do not approve the budget, we do not have a budget for motor vehicle for 2021. So if you were to vote in favor of the current motion, I think you should have follow-up direction to staff to consider another action, because I would agree with you, Mayor, we don't have an operating budget for 21 if that's the case.
Thank you for that clarification. We've got a motion and a second to oppose or to deny the resolution to approve the 2021 Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget. Council, any further discussion? Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
No.
Coulter?
No.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
No.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
No. Motion carries 4-3. And with
Mayor,
that,
the motion failed for 3-4.
3 to 4. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Motion failed 3-4. I was counting noses incorrectly. My apologies. The motion failed 3-4. I apologize for that. So, council, then I would look for a motion to approve the resolution for the 2021 Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget.
So moved, Martin.
Second, Coulter.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Coulter, excuse me, to adopt the resolution approving the 2021 Motor Vehicle Enterprise Fund budget. Further discussion? Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Nay.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Nay.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Nay.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 4-3 on item 6.2.
Mr. Mayor, the next item on the consent agenda is item 6.4, accounts receivable write-offs, and that was Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman.
I wanted to get a little more clarification on some of these items that are being written off. And I know, Manager, you and I had a conversation earlier today. And so I wanted to get a little more explanation as to, one, why these, we've got some of our pillar organizations in our community that are on this list. And so one, I wanted to know if we know any more background in terms of why these folks are here and what the process that staff kind of went through to try to rectify these situations. So if we could get that. And then the secondary question that I have for you is, are any of these depositories to the city or handle any of our banking for the city?
Mr. Verbrugge or Ms. Economy Scholler, who would like to handle this one?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I'll take a swing at it. And if our CFO has anything to add, she can certainly jump in. With a couple of these, especially the ones that Councilmember Lohman pointed out to me, the Wells Fargo one is one that raised question as a possible depository. My understanding is that they are not currently a depository for the city of Bloomington. There was concern that if they're delinquent on a bill that perhaps we shouldn't approve them as a depository for the city. And obviously one from Jefferson All Night Senior Party from a number of years ago for police contract overtime services. The process before our new financial system had an annual justification, as I understand it. That now is a monthly justification of our financials. And the process previously could have had any number of things, not the notice going to the wrong party or parties on the other end that were unaware of what the notice meant for the delinquent payments and didn't get processed. And for a number of these, just given the size of them, the amount of staff time to chase these things down when we're doing that once a year has been lost in the shuffle, essentially. So these are, I'm expecting that we are not going to see lists of this nature in the future because of the monthly justification, and that we will deal with these delinquencies in much more real time than we have in the past. And a lot of that has to do with our financial system upgrade. I'd like to ask Lori Economy Scholler, the CFO, if she has any additional comments. I see she's available.
Ms. Economy Scholler?
Mayor and council, we've chatted, Jamie and I, the city manager, this afternoon on this item, and he is correct. With the latest upgrade that we did in our ERP system in September, monthly reconciliations of the accounts receivable to our general ledger is required. And so as we're working through all of the receivables, and we have about 4,000 receivables that we take care of annually for one person to work on. And as the city manager mentioned, these very old ones were in our old system that we changed back in 2014. So as we're finishing up and cleaning up and making sure everything with this new upgrade is up to date, we do not foresee that this problem should come forth to the city council again.
So then I just wasn't clear if we are doing any other banking work with that bank. I just wanted to be sure that I know we're not the depository, and thanks for clarifying that. But are there any other financial items that we have with them, for like example, account or other items that we do business with them? And maybe you don't know off the top of your head, we can look at that later on, but I'd like to figure that out.
I believe our Berkeley's for some worker comp claims may go through Wells Fargo. And you may see that on the first meeting of the year when we have our designated depositories approved by then. But again, my understanding of the dates that these transactions were with that Wells Fargo are over 6 years old, and per state statute, we cannot go back further than 6 years.
And Lori said what I was going to say, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Lohman. You'll have the designation of depositories at the first meeting in January, and if there's a concern about them at that time, we can certainly revisit the issue, and we'll get information to you before then.
Yes.
Y'all remember that. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beloga, question?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Economy Scholler, so what I'm hearing is that from 2006 to 2016, we're aggregating and requesting a write-off of just in excess of $41,000. What is the balance that is delinquent after this is written off between 2017 to 2020? And what are our internal controls to ensure that this kind of event doesn't occur again? And again, if you don't have that information readily available, I'd be happy to make a motion to pen this over until next week so that we can go through it at a more convenient time.
Ms. Economy Scholler?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Beloga, we can get you the specific different types of internal controls in the 1 weekly, and we can get you the outstanding balance also in the 1 weekly. These outstanding receivables are throughout all city accounts, so it's not just the general fund. So it would take a little bit of time to pull out the accounts receivable for every fund for you. So,
so if we look at something 3 months or greater in arrears, that would be the kind of threshold, 6 months, whatever. But
we can give you a 90-day, 90-day aging of receivables.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And we can put that in 1 weekly, and we can do it as frequently as you would like.
So will we have a problem with the external auditors on internal controls because of this when it comes to the 2020 annual audit?
We should not have an issue with these items. Again, this is more of a timing. All of the proper collection activities occurred, pink notices, different color notices, please pay, those type of collection activities. Phone calls were made at the time. And then they just aged out of the process. And because of the size of some of those receivables and who they may have gone to, they just weren't collected at the time. So I can get the internal controls, the balance. I don't think the auditors are going to have an issue because we are doing those collection activities in a timely manner. And we would still like to have these write-offs done in this year so that based off of the timing of the year-end activities, that those write-offs occur in 2020 versus waiting to next year for 2021 write-offs. Otherwise, all of these would stay on the books through our year-end chapter. And the auditors would look at it for 21 versus 2020.
Mr. Mayor and council members, if I may, for those who are watching and trying to understand what the process here, this is an annual reconciliation that we bring to the council every year. So this is not unusual this year.
And it generally is at that last meeting of the year.
Right.
Councilmember Lohman, additional questions? Councilmember Beloga?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
If there are no other comments or questions, I'll move to approve item 6.4, the accounts receivable write-offs for 2020.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept the accounts receivable write-offs for 2020. That's item 6.4, our consent business. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Woolman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.5.
Item 6.5 is the resolution designating polling places. And Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the manager. You actually answered my question. I had a question about one of the voting precincts for 13, which is just north of my area, and you confirmed that we've used Covenant Church as the 13 precinct voting area. So with that being said, if there's anything else, I'm happy to go ahead and move this particular item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Martin.
Got a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to move to approve item 6.5, the resolution designating polling places. They're the same polling places in 2021 as they were in 2020. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 6.15.
6.15, Human Rights Commission Rules of Procedure Changes. Councilmember Lohman.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Beloga. So I held this one because I wanted to make sure that folks knew that we're making these changes to our operating procedures, and this has been a long process, and I wanted to thank the staff for their hard work that they have been doing to try to get all of these commissions in line with one another, so it's not confusing when you move from one commission to another. One question I did have, and it's not something I'm looking to get resolved now, is when we are moving these commissions around, are we making sure that we have some diversity of dates for the public, so they can, if they want to tune in live and watch these on different dates? I wasn't sure. It just seemed like there's a lot of commission meetings on that Tuesday that they had selected. But I just wanted to just throw that out there as a question. But also my comment, and just wanted to encourage and thank the staff for, and I know it's a lot of work to get this stuff up to code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I think you'll typically see that commission meetings are going to be scheduled on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The reason being that council meetings are on Mondays, and as is the case in many cities, Wednesday nights are reserved for community activities, especially church night and faith night. There's a lot of Wednesday activities, so we try to avoid scheduling meetings on those evenings. So Tuesday and Thursday end up being the chosen date very often. I don't know if there's any more science to it than that, Councilmember Lohman. That's historically been how the calendar of meetings has been put together.
Sure. I don't think I'm being clear, Manager. I'm just wondering how many other commission meetings fall on that same exact date of the month. And so that's kind of it. Just if folks want to view and see that, it may not be possible. You know, we certainly, when we're on these commissions, put it to the schedule of those folks who are on there. But just something to be thinking about as we look. I don't want to make any changes today, but just for staff to consider that as we kind of load these things up, because I'm sure our general public would like to attend these things live and see what we're doing. Maybe not. But with that being said, if there isn't anything else, I'd be happy to go ahead and move this particular item. Resolution establishing the changes to the human rights policy and procedure.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Beloga to accept item 6.15, the Human Rights Commission Rules of Procedure changes. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
I see we might be having technical problems with Councilmember Coulter. I see a blank screen. So why don't we move on and double back to him if we could?
Sure. Councilmember Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye.
And Councilmember Carter looks like he's still offline.
Councilmember Coulter offline. So this motion will pass 6-0 with Councilmember Coulter a victim of technology right now. So that, however you put that in the record, Ms. Christensen, put that in correctly. So item 6.16.
6.16 is the 2021 Bloomington City Legislative Policy. And Councilmember Nelson asked for this hold.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Beloga. Just wanted to quickly talk to the community renewal, and I think staff had a chance to review a suggestion that I had and was favorable to it, that we'd add in something to support legislation that remove barriers to building owner-occupied multifamily properties. I know that that's something that this council has talked about, is how we can have more ownership opportunities within our community. And I do believe there were some efforts in the last legislative session on that. And I think in particular, maybe Representative Elkins had been working on some things there. But I think it'd be good for our community as we look at a number of developments potentially coming forward in the next few years, that we try to find a way to get owner-occupied opportunities there. So, and I think staff had recommended some specific language. I'm trying to find that here. Yep. If the rest of my colleagues are open to this.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson, Mr. Rudlang is also available if you want to go into any deeper discussion on this. We did put into the information we provide to council this afternoon some suggested language that would say support legislative changes to reduce barriers to encourage building owner-occupied multifamily developments, parenthetically condominiums. Shane also did check with the League of Minnesota Cities and MLC on their legislative policy statements. They don't have anything specifically speaking to this issue. However, we have in the past brought to the council information within the last couple of years, especially related to liability for some of the condominium projects that was keeping these from being developed to the cost to developers had become a disincentive. So we had been supporting some legislation there. But this is one that we can certainly add in, and staff is supportive of doing that if the council is amenable to it.
Council, any discussion? Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly support the comments that Councilmember Nelson made. We've given a tremendous amount of attention to rental opportunities within the city, and we really want to keep a strong base of home ownership within Bloomington. So I think this is an excellent vehicle to be able to enable that. So just wanted everyone to know that I do support that. Thank you.
Any others? Or Councilmember Nelson, would you like to make that official motion?
Yeah, I would move item 6.16, adding to support legislative changes to reduce barriers to encourage building owner-occupied multifamily developments or condominiums.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nelson and a second by Councilmember Lohman to approve item 6.16 with the changes as stated. Mr. Rudlang, I think based on the tenor of the conversation, I think you could probably clean up and make more effective and more complete the language that that Councilmember Nelson is aiming for here. Would that be a fair statement?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So this was the staff edit to the original suggestion. It's a bit of a nuanced issue due to some liability concerns that a number of condos that were built back in the late 2000s. And so we want to be careful about how we address our support for this, because we want to make sure that we're both supporting the condo builders as well as the residents that live in the condos. And so it's a bit general, and if this issue comes up during the session or any future session, we'll bring it back to the council with more meat on the bone, if you will. Just as another side note, it was probably about 5 years ago where this issue was, I don't want to say it was hot, but it did receive a kind of a minor fix at the legislature that allowed condo developers a little bit more latitude on building condo projects. And I think that's why you're starting to see a few condo projects pop up around the metro in the past 5 years or so, particularly in downtown Minneapolis. So this would be the language, and unless people have suggestions. Thank you.
Very good. Council, any questions? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter? Looks like he's
Aye.
still, oh, there he is. Thank you. Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And item 6.17, the resolution to establish the 2021 regular meeting schedule and location.
That item was requested to be held by Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor,
Lohman.
and Mayor and Councilmember Beloga. So just 4 quick items on this. One, I wanted to just point out that we've got a couple of S's out there, and those are days specifically designated for a study around the budget. I thought it was a typo, but the manager set me straight on that today. That those are the two reasons why we still will continue to have those study sessions. And then every year we always seem to add the day after the election, and we talk about adding that. I wonder if we can add that election date of November the 5th to this particular calendar. So we'll have that on there, and so we can be kind of ready for that. So just in case folks are making plans, November the 5th, that they are here for that. I also want to express that I know for many folks, the 6 o'clock time frame works well for them and not great for me coming out of Minneapolis. Of course, I'm not asking you guys to do a personal hardship for me. I'll try to work it out on my end. But I want to just make sure that we're keeping in mind that those folks who want to serve on this council may need, if we're looking to, again, try to bring more diverse voices on this council, may need to have different types of setups and arrangements for our meetings. Certainly willing to try this. And then I also hope that we can look, since we are moving our meetings up to 6 o'clock, that we can really look to, as the mayor has mentioned many a times, end our meetings at 10 p.m. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. And I think you restated many of the comments and points that were brought up, I think, during our original conversation on this. Mr. Verbrugge, you wanted to weigh in?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Lohman, I believe the November meeting that Councilmember Lohman refers to is the special meeting we scheduled to canvass the ballots following an election. And Acting City Clerk Chris Wilson checked on that a couple weeks ago, and we will be able to schedule that meeting for Monday, November 8th, prior to the regular city council meeting. So we won't need to have a separate date specifically identified for that, as it will already occur on an existing meeting date.
Thanks for clarifying that. I just, we always get up to it, and I always wonder there's going to be one day when we wouldn't have people there and not able to do it. And so I just want to ensure that we not do that. So with that being said, I'm happy to go ahead and move this one.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman on item 6 point, where are we here? I lost my spot. 6.17, resolution to establish 2021 regular meeting schedule and location.
Second by Beloga.
We have a motion by Lohman, a second by Councilmember Beloga on item 6.17. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And doubling back, Councilmember Beloga to item 6.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a very extensive list of donations, and I'll go through it. The spirit of giving is strong in Bloomington, and we thank you for that. The total donations that were received since the last report is almost $35,000. To Bloomington Police Department, we have a $20,000 gift from Mrs. Townsend. Thank you very much for that. The staff of Larkin Hoffman Law Firm, $1,000 to the Bloomington Police Department Holiday Helpers in Blue. That's the program where they go out and buy gifts for underprivileged children who may not receive gifts otherwise, and make their Christmas memorable. We have the Control Data Retirees Club giving a $250 podium to Creekside Community Center. We have donations totaling $9,700 to our public health. Chick-fil-A gave sandwiches totaling $1,125. Bundles of Love gave quilts and newborn bundles totaling $3,700 of value. And Gifts to Seniors gave $700 of value. Additionally, we have a number of anonymous donors giving gift cards to help families in need during the holiday season to COED of $1,500 in value. St. Stephen's Lutheran Church, very similar kinds of gift cards totaling $860. And Peyton and Grayson Crombie gave $300, again in gift cards, all to co-ed. And encourage staff to send the thank you letters as normal. And unless there are any questions, I will move to approve the donations for this month.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to accept donations, item 6.1 on tonight's consent agenda. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bessie?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. With that, we can move on to item 7 on our agenda, the public comment period, and item 7.1, which is a response to prior meetings' public comments. Mr. Verbrugge.
Mr. Mayor and council members, we had nobody that appeared before the council under the public comment section at the last council meeting, so no response to follow up on this evening.
Then we can move on to item 7.2, which is the public comment period itself. The public comment period is 20 minutes at each council meeting that we set aside for residents to speak for up to 5 minutes on any item not on tonight's agenda. And so we had the phone number up there. If you could put it up again, there we go. There's the phone number if you'd like to call in and comment during the public comment period. Again, we'll limit your comments to 5 minutes. I'll be keeping time and we'll be stopping you at 5 minutes, not in an effort to limit your First Amendment rights, but rather as in an effort to make sure that everybody gets the same amount of time. And as we've talked about before, we won't respond immediately. We will we'll hold off until the next meeting so we have an opportunity to collect facts and actually have a good response, and that's where item 7.1 comes in, where our city manager will respond to the previous meeting's callers. So with that said, Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone on the line who would like to speak to item 7.2, our public comment period?
Let me find out, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you wish to ask a question, please press *1 on your telephone.
Thank you, Lyndon. We are public comment at this time for agenda item 7.2, which is the general public comment period. Do we have any callers wishing to speak to an item not otherwise on the agenda?
Your first question comes from Lori Aho. Your line is open.
Thank you so much.
Good evening and welcome. If you could just state your name again so we have it officially and clearly on the record, and then you have 5 minutes. Good evening.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Lori Aho, and thank you. I'm just following up on an idea that's been floated a few times by Councilmember Coulter regarding earned sick and safe time. I heard Dr. Kelly's presentation a few weeks ago on how COVID is spreading in our community, and I was particularly disturbed by what he said about how people who have been exposed to COVID but can't afford to take unpaid days off to get tested and quarantined and all of that are going to work and potentially infecting people there. And that's not new. You know, in the before times prior to COVID, people made that choice all the time. I mean, I made that choice all the time. And it wasn't great then, but it's kind of horrifying to think about it now. It's horrifying from a public health perspective, but it's also pretty, heartbreaking from a human perspective. Just imagine, knowing you might be exposing your coworkers and customers to a life-threatening virus. But if you stay home and keep them safe, it means that your family can't pay rent that month. And that's not a choice anyone should have to make. And it isn't a choice that should be made for those who are getting exposed as a result. So I know that COVID isn't going to last forever, but it's not going to be our last public health crisis. And even if it was, this is an issue in our regular daily lives too. Families need to be able to take care of sick kids or injured parents and just not have to worry about coming up short on rent or bills. It's in everyone's best interest, I think, for all workers to have that measure of safety. And I'm not an economist by any stretch, but I've been looking into this, and there's a lot of information to suggest that businesses and the economy as a whole would benefit as well due to, things like increased productivity and having less turnover and whatnot. So, and feedback from cities that have done this by ordinance is largely really good, as I understand it. So I'm very excited to see where this conversation goes, and I hope that something comes up on this soon. Something that I think a few council members have said is that they'd prefer that this be taken up by the state legislature, and I agree. I wish the state would move on this, and by that, I guess I mean I wish the Senate would move on this. But if they aren't going to pick it up, then we can at least make sure that the people who work here in Bloomington are covered. So that is all I had. Thank you so much. Stay safe and have a good night. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Aho. Thank you for your call. Ms. Wilson, do we have any additional callers?
Lyndon, do we have any other callers wishing to speak on agenda item 7.2?
There are no further questions at this time. Once again, if you wish to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone.
Do we have any takers, Lyndon?
There are no further questions at this time. Please continue.
Thank you.
So we still have time left on the public comment period, so I will officially leave it open as we get to our first item here, which I think will more than easily go past our 20-minute public comment period. So we will leave the public comment period open for just a few more minutes. And with that, we'll move to item 8, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. And as we have declared in our amended agenda, we're going to move item 8.5 to the first of this of the hearings that we have this evening. And this is a public hearing on the Verizon wireless expansion at 10801 Bush Lake Road. So now, Council, I just wanted to go through a couple of things as we set up and get ready to talk about this here. This is, we've talked in the past, the Council wears a lot of different hats during the year. We typically wear a legislative hat where we're making, we're the legislators, we're making laws. In this case, we're wearing our hat, the judicial hat that we have. So we're going to be deciding on an issue here on this. And this this came before the Planning Commission. It was approved or recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. It's been appealed by a number of residents, and so that's what we're going to be doing tonight, is listening to this appeal and acting in a judicial manner. And I want to stress that this is a fresh look at all of this. This is it's a fresh determination by the City Council, regardless of what the Planning Committee talked about in the past, regardless of what's happened in the past. I want to treat this and approach this as a fresh look by the City Council, and to clarify and to stress that any decisions that we make, they've got to be made based on the testimony and the information that we have on hand tonight. And so we're going to hear from each side. We're going to hear from residents. We're going to hear from different folks, and we're going to make our decision based on that. We're going to be able to ask questions, but I would really ask you, Council, our questions can't stray. We've got to stick to the topic at hand tonight, so we have a good public record as we move forward. Whatever our decision is, we've got to make sure that we have a good and solid public record as we move forward. And with all of that, I would like to propose this process. And Grant, if you could put this process proposal up, what I would like to do is get some, I would like to get the reports first of all, and limit the reports to 15 minutes from each of the different organizations. First of all, the city doing their official report, Verizon doing their report, and then the appellants. And I think we have 3 pre-registered speakers that I heard at last count. And so if each of those get 5 minutes, we have then 15 minutes per report per side of this issue. So the city, the Verizon side, and the appellant side. And get all that information out in that 45 minutes. With that, then we would open up the public hearing, and would start with the folks who are in opposition of this. Again, 5 minutes per speaker. In favor, we do 5 minutes per speaker. We would then go through questions from the City Council and break it down in the same way. City Council questions of the city staff, of the Verizon staff, of the appellants, and then be able to then go into to the decision-making process. The council could discuss all of this, and we can move forward and try and figure out what direction we want to go. So what I would like to do, council, is kind of set the process up in that way. I'd like to ask you to hold questions so we can stick to the 15 minutes for each group, so they make sure that they get their points out and the information out that they do want to get out. If we hold our questions until we get to that point where the city council can question the parties in order, and we can get those questions out there. But if we could just let folks do their presentations, gather the information that we're going to gather, and and as I said, begin to make our decision based on the information and the details that we're going to be hearing tonight. That was a mouthful. Any questions, council, as we set this all up and move forward on all of this? I do not see any hands coming up. So what I would like to do then is start into our process here. And as I said, this is item 8.5, our public hearing on the Verizon wireless expansion at 10801 Bush Lake Road. Mr. Centenario on our planning staff is going to speak for the city. Good evening, Mr. Centenario. Welcome, and thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Can everyone see my screen okay?
We can see your screen. We've also got your next slide coming up.
Okay, so let's see if we can improve that a little bit.
And now we've got just the regular presentation. Very good. You're off and running.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've already introduced the topic at hand. The zoning entitlement that you're discussing tonight is a final site and building plan application for an expansion of an existing telecommunications facility, more specifically Verizon Wireless. And so everyone knows the geographic location. So we're in the southwest portion of Bloomington, bounded by West Old Shakopee Road to the north, Bush Lake Road to the west, and Louisiana Avenue to the east. To the south and to the east is predominantly an industrial area, but this is really a transition, a land use transition area within the city of Bloomington. We have townhomes to the southwest. We received quite a bit of feedback from residents in that neighborhood, but then also a single family neighborhood to the north. So again, some of these land use challenges that we run into often occur with these transitional zones. So it's something that can be a challenging issue. What the applicant is proposing is rounding up a 17,000 square foot expansion to their existing facility. And so their existing facility has been around for over 10 years. It was built around 2007. And that's about a 53,000 square foot building. The shape in green is where the expansion is being proposed. And so that's to the north of the existing facility, essentially between the existing building and West Old Shakopee Road. And this is really to support Verizon Wireless's technological changes. They need to
I think we just lost Mr. Centenario. Why don't we give him a minute to see if he comes back? Mike, are you there?
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, you're back again. We lost you there for a moment. You had me worried there for a minute.
Sorry.
Please continue.
Let's see if I can. Thank you. Can you see the buildings on the screen?
Yes, we can see the building elevations
Okay.
right now. Yep.
Okay, great. So this is a very simple drawing identifying what the building elevations would look like, that expansion area in the previous slide. And in terms of building materials, we do have city standard.
Mike, you froze up on us again.
Image kind of in between the building graphics. Shoot.
Mike, you're freezing up. You're kind of cutting in and out. Maybe if you cut your video, your personal video, just to go to more bandwidth and just run us through the presentation. How about that?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, don't stop with the presentation. Just cut your own personal video.
Okay. Let's see. How do I do that?
There, we lost your video. Now start sharing your screen again. There we go. Let's see if this works.
Hopefully this helps. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. And again, please just let me know if I continue to drop out. And if it gets really bad, I know Glenn Markegard is available and he can fill in if my technology doesn't want to work. But so I wanted to just note that there is an existing masonry wall that serves as a security, but then also some noise attenuation. that's existing, and essentially the applicant's proposing another wall. We'll talk about walls a little bit more later in the presentation. But same kind of look and feel, only closer to West Old Shakopee Road. And so the applicant, to make way for this expansion, would remove trees, but then replant along West Old Shakopee Road. So one of the pieces of information that was at issue with the Planning Commission meeting was landscaping. And originally, when the applicant submitted their plans, they were deficient on the amount of landscaping.
Mr. Markegard, you might have to pinch hit here. Mike, are you with us?
I can hear you, Mr. Mayor.
You're cutting out again. I wonder if, why don't we give you one more drop, and then we'll maybe have Mr. Markegard pinch hit. How about that?
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Sorry, there's a new issue here. So I'll try and be brief, so you don't have to listen to me cutting out. But essentially, the point is that their landscaping was originally deficient, and following the Planning Commission review, the applicant has revised their plans, and there may be some commentary on the makeup of that landscaping, relative to screening or perhaps coniferous trees that might have some additional potential noise attenuation. But in terms of the landscape quantity, they have corrected the deficiency. So as you read through the materials and the feedback that you received, there was a lot of commentary, a lot of feedback on noise related to their operations, as well as concerns about air pollution and odor. And so this graphic on the screen identifies the existing versus the proposed equipment. So in blue, you have some existing equipment. There are generators within the building, and there are exhaust stacks on the north side of the building. You have a couple existing condensers along the north side of the building, some air handling units on the roof, and then chillers and dry coolers to the south of the building. And this is essential equipment for their operation. As a data center, you have a lot of servers that run hot, and so you have to maintain
All right, Mr. Markegard, I think you're going to have to pinch hit. I think we've got an issue. Who knows why, but obviously we're having some technical issues on a number of different fronts tonight. I think Mr. Centenario, I think Ms. Manderscheid's been cutting out. I know that Mr. Councilmember Coulter has been cutting in and out. So, Mr. Markegard, why don't we turn it over to you if we could? I don't know if you've got these exact notes or if you could lead us through as best you can through Mr. Centenario's presentation.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Busse, council members. Ms. Wilson, if you pass over the presenting rights, I will pull up a different copy of the presentation. Just a second here. And does this look like the slide we were on?
This is the equipment plan. I believe this is where we were. Council, help me out here. Is this how far we were?
I feel like we were past this one. Oh, no.
No, I think we're back one. I think this is where we were. Yeah, we were past the landscape plan. So yes, right there. The equipment plan is the place to start. Go to it.
So thank you. Yes, so Verizon is, as you know, proposing the addition here on the north side. The air handling units would be north of that, behind two walls. And then they would have proposed generators as well, proposed condenser units. So these, what's shown in red on your screen is all new construction. What's shown in blue is all existing. So any existing noise is coming from the blue areas. Here's a depiction of some of the equipment, and you can see how the exhaust stacks of the units would rise above the screen wall as proposed. And I have the slides, but not all of the notes of Mr. Centenario. So if he is available and he has anything to add on these, just jump in. In terms of odor concerns, there are 2 proposed conditions. So one condition that relates to environmental health review and approval of the generator testing and location plan. To the extent there are odor concerns, our understanding is that they are, for the most part, in relation to exhaust venting from the diesel generators. So much like a diesel truck, those are the types of fumes that you have when the generators are in use. So Verizon has proposed to add air pollution control devices, specifically air scrubbers, to the proposed generators. And while that, again, is an air pollution control device, the purpose of that is to remove particulates. When you observe an odor, it's because there are particulates. So that may have a beneficial impact on odor as well as on particulates. But both air pollution control and odor control are beneficial for neighboring properties. This is a summary of the noise model that the applicant has prepared, showing the different noise classifications in decibels, just A-weighted decibels, dBA, at the various locations. And they had a modeling a receptacle at property lines, both on Bush Lake Road and West Old Chocopee Road. So the 2 closest residential areas. The applicant's noise study was prepared by a qualified noise consultant and does show that the noise levels will be below the state standard. They do propose noise attenuating walls and barriers between the equipment and Old Chocopee Road, which on this view, this is a profile view, Old Chocopee would be on the left side of the screen. This is the original proposal. And since that they did increase the height of the noise barrier wall by 1 foot to help with further noise attenuation. So one thing I should point out is that the state statute specifically says that no local governing unit shall set standards described being the maximum levels of sound pressure which are more stringent than those set by the Pollution Control Agency. So we're in the position where our city codes are stricter than the state standards. However, that is overruled or superseded by this provision in Minnesota state statute. So the main difference between the 2 is that state statute says that noise should be measured at the property line of the receiver. So if it's a residential property, it would be at the closest property line of that residence to the facility. Whereas city code says that noise should be measured at the property line of the noise generator, so in the situation here, that's the north side of Old Chocopee Road versus the south side of Old Chocopee Road. So that is a major difference. And the city has to go by the state standard given this superseding language. In terms of noise area classifications, again, state and city code bases it on the land use activity at the location of the receiver. And it has different standards depending on the type of receiving land use. So has one standard for residential land use, another for commercial, another for industrial or right of way. And the standard is much lower for residential. So during the nighttime hours, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., that standard is 50 decibels using a L50 measuring scenario. And for industrial uses, it's 75 dBA. So in other words, on the north side of Old Shakopee Road, that would be 50 during evening hours, and on the south side, 75 decibels. And I'm told that Mike Centenario is back in, so feel free to jump in here, Mike, and just say advanced slide when you want the next slide.
Sure. Good evening again. Hopefully you can hear me. And hopefully I can stick around a little bit longer this time. So as Glenn was mentioning, the MPCA standards have different limitations based on noise area classification. And early on in the feedback that we received from residents, there was some testimony that the study was incorrect or done incorrectly. That turned out not to be the case, given a different noise area classification being the 3 along West Old Shakopee Road, which has a much higher threshold of noise, whereas noise area classification 1 is the south property line of the single family homes north of Old Shakopee. So that is what the study used in modeling noise for the proposed facility. Next slide, please, Glenn. We're able to get to the next slide.
Sorry, it's not letting me advance the slide for some reason. Here we go.
Okay, thank you. Oh. So the Planning Commission had a robust discussion related to noise as well as other factors, but they ultimately did include some additional recommended conditions of approval. Actually, I shouldn't say recommended because they did adopt those conditions. Once we're able to, there we go in this next slide. And so we are including for your consideration 3 specific noise-related conditions of approval. There's obviously many more conditions for your consideration, but as they relate to noise, there's a prior to permit condition that essentially would require the applicant to expand their modeling a little bit more. There was some testimony related to Daisy Circle that should be included in the study, given some concerns about noise. And so prior to the applicant receiving a permit, should the project be approved, they would have to update their model again to incorporate that area. The next recommended condition, number 14, is a prior to certificate of occupancy condition. So these types of conditions essentially allow construction to commence before the facility gets a certificate of occupancy and can start operating. That condition would apply. And that essentially requires post-installation noise inspections. And so the modeling that the applicant has provided demonstrates compliance, but this would be a way to certify that they are in compliance. And then number 29 is an ongoing condition. And one element that the Planning Commission adopted is that there should be some testing after the fact or after occupancy during a particularly cold day to again confirm that the modeling matches reality and they are in conformance with MPCA standards. Next slide. So a lot of text on this recommendation slide, but just to make it clear for the record, the Planning Commission approved this application on November 19th, 2020. The applicant is not seeking any variances, and because this is a permitted use without any plan development overlay, Planning Commission was the approval authority. However, there is a 3 business day appeal period, and we did receive completed appeal forms by 10 residents. Those forms were included in your packet. So staff does recommend approval, and following the council's discussion, as outlined by the mayor, we do recommend continuing the item till January 4th, the first meeting in January, so that staff can prepare a resolution that reflects the city council's direction. And we do have a recommended motion for that continuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markegard, Mr. Centenario. Glad we could get it worked out and make our way through the presentation. I would now like to call on our representatives from Verizon and their staff report. And Ms. Wilson, I'm not exactly sure who on this list that might be.
Mr. Mayor, I'm told that Mr. Ponnebecker
There I see his name.
is speaking on behalf of Verizon.
There I see his name, Mr. Jim Ponnebecker. Good evening and welcome. If you could introduce yourself, just state your name because I'm sure I butchered it there. And if you could state your name for the record and who you're with, and we'd be happy to hear the Verizon side of the story here.
Good evening. My name is Jim Ponnebecker. I'm an architect.
And Mr. Ponnebecker, we can barely hear you. I don't know if you're working with a microphone or not, but we can barely hear you.
Okay. Let me, I'll correctly arrange here a little bit. Is that better?
No, actually, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Does this help at all?
That helps enormously. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm never sure which microphone is carrying the conversation. Yeah, I'd like to thank Mr. Centenario. He did a good job of presenting an overview of the expansion and what we're proposing. Just like to note the expansion or the current facility is at its capacity. And it is in the Verizon network, it's a critical facility supporting the cell phone use, including 911 calls. The expansion is intended to support ongoing growth of the network, increases to the data usage, streaming, and also the implementation of 5G. The equipment that you saw in the plan is all redundant equipment. So every piece of equipment is backed up by an additional piece of equipment. So all of that equipment will not be running at the same time. So there's additional equipment to provide for instances where a piece is down for maintenance, or you just don't need it because it's there in case a piece of equipment that is running would fail or something would happen, since it is a critical facility. And that's standard design practice for data centers because they have to continue to operate. And the same is true for the generators. We're proposing 2 new generators. The addition can be supported by 1, but in case of any emergency, the facility needs to be certain that there will always be a generator available to keep the facility operating. There's been several points. I think Mr. Centenario addressed several of them. The landscaping in the front along Old Shakopee Road, we are replacing as much as we can. Unfortunately, some of those existing trees will need to be removed for an extension of a water line to maintain water for fire hydrants on the site. And so that they will have to be removed, but we're replacing as much as we can once that line is installed. Verizon in our design, we've taken a lot of steps to try to control the noise, which we understand, is obviously a concern of the residents. We've added a sound control barrier very close to the air handling units, which are generating the most, problematic noise of the expansion. The wall is a specific product that's made to absorbs the sound and can control it, and does a good job of reducing the sound that's coming off of those units. The generators are in an upgraded acoustic enclosure and also have an upgraded exhaust system. Again, that's all intended to reduce the amount of noise that's being generated by those by that equipment. We did do an extensive model. ESI was the acoustic engineer that did that. They took into account within the model, it was updated and revised several times to make it more accurate and to take into account some of the concerns that were raised by residents as well as the Planning Commission. So we took, the model takes into account the weather, cold weather being a worst case scenario. It accounts for the distance, it accounts for, we added in elevation changes to the site. And we also did, quite a bit of surveying of the existing conditions out there, plugging those into the model and adding in other sources, both on the Verizon site and some of the adjacent sites, as well as traffic from Old Shakopee Road to create a model that was as accurate as we could make it. And the one thing that should be noted is, the project is in compliance with the code and the limitations that we're required to meet. The software is based on an ANSI standard, which calculates a worst case scenario. So it factors in various things as the model runs, but it's creating a case that is worst case and should not be exceeded, during operation of the facility. So we would anticipate that the actual sound that's generated should be below what is included in the report. And I think that's a very important item to note because it's not an average. It's not our we hope we can do this, but it's really a worst case scenario for the project. We've also taken steps to control the pollution and the odor that's been a concern from the 2 new generators. We've provided a diesel oxidation catalyst system. They had a graphic up on this presentation earlier, and while I'm not an engineer and can't explain all of the technical how it works, the information that I have received from the manufacturer of those systems is it can take out 80 to 90% of the particulate that causes the odor and the pollution from the diesel engine. So we've taken as many steps as we can, we think, to try to improve the expansion and the facility, trying to be a good neighbor, but also trying to move keep the project moving forward so that Verizon can continue to provide the service that they need to provide in the, to Bloomington and in the area. So I think I've covered pretty much what I have, and I'll be available for any questions that anyone would have.
Thank you, Mr. Pennebecker. Please do stick around. We'll come back to you for questions here in just a bit. I'd like now to hear from our appellants. As I said, I had 3 different folks listed on my sheet here, folks who wanted to address the council. And Ms. Wilson, I think, is looking to call them up, or maybe do we have to go through our caller? Ms. Wilson, could you see if either the appellants Fletcher, Lon, or Guerin are able to speak right now?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Lyndon.
If you wish to ask a...
We are on agenda item 8.5. And do you have caller Linda Fletcher?
Yes, we have.
Would you please pass Ms. Fletcher through?
One moment, please. Ms. Fletcher, your line is now open.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can indeed, Ms. Fletcher. Good evening and welcome. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Good evening. Good evening. Shall I just start in?
Yes, and just as I mentioned earlier, what I was trying to do was make sure that we had a balanced process here, so we're trying to limit every group to 15 minutes.
Yes, it'll be fine.
Perfect.
It'll be fine.
Okay,
But
please.
Did you want me to say my address, my name, rank, serial number, or something? I don't know.
Actually, if you just give us your formal name, just so we hear it officially for the record, you don't need to give your address, and then jump right on.
Okay.
And just to make it clear that we have a total of 15 for the appellants, so you've got a total of 5, and your compatriots would have 5 as well, 5 each.
Okay.
Okay.
If I use less than 5, can I give 5? Can I give the remainder to somebody else?
Absolutely, we can do that. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. My name is Linda Fletcher, and I have 2 questions that I would like the answers to this evening, and then a comment. And I'll start with question number 1. If this proposal is granted by the City Council and the excessive noise persists, what redress do residents have? What are their rights? Where do they go if the noise is worse or continues to be as bad? That's question number 1. Question 2 is, presently the property owners are tolerating excessive levels of noise. They're bothered by them. I ask you, how can an expansion create less noise? I would like an answer to that. And lastly, my comment is the following. In a conversation today with the MPCA, I was informed that they are investigating the current operation at the Bush Lake Road facility. Additionally, the state of Minnesota district representatives in the legislature have also been contacted regarding this matter. I think, in my opinion, a decision this evening seems unwise. The City Council should have the results of the MPCA decision, MPCA investigation before a decision is made which could allow this expansion. I really think that the City Council needs to take a hard look at this proposal. It's required before you set a precedent. And that is what I've got to say, but I would like the answers to those questions before, during this meeting. If you'd like me to ask them again, I will ask them.
I wrote them down as you were asking them. So definitely, as we get into the question and answer period, we will definitely do our best to answer those questions.
For that.
Okay.
Yes. And how much time did I take?
You were efficient. You used only 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So we will allow that on to others' time.
I think Mr. Guerin would like that time, and I would like to give him that time.
We will definitely do that. Thank you very much for your call, Ms. Fletcher, and thank you.
Thank you. Do the right thing.
Lyndon, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Chris.
I'm sorry, Lyndon, our operator. Would you please see if you have our next speaker, Molly Lahn, Lahn?
One moment, please. Molly Lahn's line is open.
Hello.
Good evening, Ms. Lahn. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Molly Lahn. I've been a Bloomington resident for about 40 plus years. I currently live directly west and just a little south of the facility on Bush Lake Road. And I do have to admit, I'm feeling very much like a little bit of an underdog here. And I do want to express genuine appreciation for Verizon's efforts to mitigate the concerns that have been brought forth thus far. I still do have two primary concerns about the proposed expansion. One is visual pollution. I'm concerned about losing trees surrounding the facility, losing green space, and gaining more concrete, not only expanding outward but upward. And quite frankly, they are kind of the closest thing I have to a front yard. And so I really don't want that to turn into a direct view of a parking lot, a brick wall, and more industrial structures. My second, and of course, as you've heard, by far my most pressing concern is the noise issue. I was just recently in touch with Mike Thiessen, the city inspector, who measured the sound levels a few days ago, between 45 and 47 decibels. That's only 3 decibels below the compliance limits. What I'm saying is that the current noise levels already are unacceptable, quote unquote legal or not. And what I would really encourage is that we look beyond noise area classifications and decibel levels and data and look at the lived experience of being here, of living here, which is a constant, unrelenting drone that can be heard day and night when it's cold. And so it's really intrusive as it is. And so like Linda was saying, if the facility expands, I really cannot imagine how this could do anything but make this worse, even with Verizon's proposed worst case scenario. So I actually disagree with the diagram that they were showing. I was checking out where my residence is. It was registering on their diagram at about 40 decibels. And when Mike measured, he was getting very close to 50, which is, again, only 3 decibels below the compliance limit. My ask this evening is that in making this decision, that you members of the council prioritize those who you represent, which is the people who live here, the citizens, and put that above the interests of the corporate entity. I request that you deny these expansion plans. And further, I really challenge the council to reach out to Verizon for further problem solving on the already existing noise issue. It sounds like they've got some really good ideas and some thoughts, and I would absolutely love if we could get some further problem solving done on the issue that is already here. So yeah, technically it's under compliance, but can we please look at the human side of who's actually living here? So I want to thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your time and consideration, and take care.
Thank you, Ms. Lana. Appreciate the comments.
Bet.
Ms. Wilson?
Lyndon? Yeah. Lyndon, we are ready for our next speaker, which should be Gary Guerin, I believe, Guerin.
Yes. I'm on the line.
Mr. Guerin, are you there with us?
It's now. Yes.
Very good. Good evening and welcome.
Hey.
So based on the how efficient the previous callers were, we've got about 10 minutes available for you. So I'm rounding up. We got a little more than 9 minutes on the clock, so I'm going to round up to 10 minutes. And if you could limit your comments to that, we'd greatly appreciate it. But if you could state your name officially for the record and dive on in, we'll be off and running.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Gary Guerin. I'm a degreed civil engineer. I have 34 years engineering and project management experience. I am also was a registered practicing professional engineer. That status is now retired. In other words, it's PE retired. I've submitted over 36 pages of technical testimony via some exhibits labeled 1 through 5. And today I also did a quick number 6. I've also testified at each prior Planning Commission meeting. So I'd like to focus on the noise. I will point out that there are the other major issues of the visual, air quality issues. The only comment I have there is I had exhibit number 4 that I issued. Scrubbers remove particulates. They don't remove toxins. Toxins of diesel exhaust. And I submitted a calculation in exhibit number 4 that could approximate that based on, and you can look at exhibit number 4 in detail, but about a 400% increase in our cancer risk 1 block away from these generators due to the amount of generator KW that's being added. But I'm going to focus on noise at this point. State statute 7030.0030, noise control requirement. No person may violate the standards established in part 7030.0040 unless exempted by Minnesota statutes, section 116.07. Any municipality having authority to regulate land use shall take all reasonable measures within its jurisdiction to prevent the establishment of land use activities listed in noise area classifications NAC 1, 2, 3, where the standards established in part 7030.0040 will be violated immediately upon establishment of the land use. So the city has a requirement to take all reasonable measures to prevent standards from being violated before this expansion occurs. Post-testing, post-construction testing doesn't cut it. It has to be done prior to establishment of the land use. So I will go on here to proceed that and to demonstrate that there is currently non-compliance with these statutes. So if I submitted today, hopefully you have it. I wish I had a screen like the other side does to put stuff up and discuss this stuff, but my exhibit 06, and the intention of that exhibit was to point to the ESI, which is the subcontractor to Verizon, which that in itself is an issue for me. They are reporting to Verizon, not to the city. They're working under Verizon's direction, not the city's, which is not, I don't feel the way things should be, but that said. So the ESI report dated November 10th of 2020. In there, they produce a table of data called table number 2 on page 5. And it's a list of the residential summary, the noise levels. Now, keep in mind, this is testing that they did with just the city. I think the city was with them, with ESI, over a 7-day period. Table 2 summarizes the noise at locations in the neighborhood, which were labeled A through P. And it's specifically for a time frame of 1:15 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. on October 27th. There's also a whole table of test results for location A, which is at Verizon's property line. Now, if we look at the table of data for Verizon's property line, which is attachment A of this report, there's 7 days worth of data, 24 hours over 7 days of data. Well, October 27th, which is what they tabulated the location, the noise at the neighborhood locations, was not the worst day. The worst day was October 24th from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. where the decibels measured at location A, Verizon's property line, were 45 to 50 dBA in that time frame, versus the 43 to 44 dBA on October 27th. So that adds 6 dBA. And therefore, that would add 6 dBA to all the values in Table 2, which at location B, which is right across the street, kitty corner house, the Table 2 currently says 44 dBA. Well, plus 6 puts them right at 50 dBA. Location G, right across the street, a little bit to the west, 43 dBA is what their report says, but plus, or what their testing shows, but plus another 6 if they had tested on October 24th instead of October 27th, or let's say this way, had captured the data at these residences on the 24th instead of the 27th, that location would have been 43 plus 6 would have been 49 dBA.
Mr. Guerin, if I could, Mr. Guerin, I just want to let you know you got about 3 minutes left, if you could, please.
Well, okay. So anyways, very frustrating. So that's the existing equipment only. So if you take and add new equipment, double the equipment, twice as close to the neighborhood as the existing equipment, which is on the south side of the building, there's no way you're going to be under 50 dBA. I also submitted in my appeal letter that in the engineering report that they did on September 1st, they say the noise contour calculations assume worst case scenario 5 units running at 100% to ensure MPCA requirements are met. In that case, all 5 units would be running at the same time. Well, after I point out the fallacies of their engineering calculations, they submit new calculations on November 10th and change the language to 5 of the air handling units will be running at 80% load. This condition is worst case design condition, not anticipated to happen. So I submitted calculations which go on to show that if you use 100% with all 5 units running, you will be at 58 dBA in the neighborhoods instead of the 48 dBA, which their report claims will be the maximum. So given those 2 things alone, a vote to approve at this time clearly puts the city of Bloomington in non-compliance with the state statute, which means that they take all reasonable measures that the standards won't be violated immediately upon establishment. I clearly request that the city of Bloomington proceed with a third-party peer review where the city, there's a third party that's hired by the city, billable to Verizon. They report to the city, a city engineer dedicated to review the report, ask questions, verify equipment specifications, DBA, verify the input, because as I've shown here, you can manipulate the input to get the output you want. And the input is critical. So a city engineer dedicated with a PE license for oversight. Before, there's no way we can go with an approval based on the information that's been provided so far.
Mr. Guerin, your time is up, and appreciate your comments and what you're bringing to the conversation here. I certainly do, and I think we all do, so thank you very much.
And I certainly, I'm going to stay on.
Please do.
And
no, please do. We're going to be getting, once we get to questions, I think if there are questions directly toward you or the other appellants, we'll certainly let you know.
Yeah, I would certainly, but I certainly would like to know that if anybody believes that the information that I've submitted in these two calculations, both today and the other one was submitted part of my appeal on the 21st of November, that if there's any rebuttal to that calculations, that be discussed.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. Appreciate it. Thank you. So what I would like to do now officially, as we've gotten the presentations as part of this hearing, I would like to open up the public hearing. And so these were the folks that they were officially appellants to this, and they had asked ahead of time that they wanted to speak, and so we gave them the time to speak. But I would like to open up now officially the public hearing on item 8.5, which is a public hearing on the Verizon wireless expansion at 10801 Bush Lake Road. So why don't we start first, if we can keep this in order, anybody who would be in opposition to the application, and then we'll go with the folks who may be in favor of the application. So this is for folks who haven't already testified. I want to make that clear. These are folks who haven't already testified. Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody on the line who would like to be part of the public hearing for item 8.5?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will check with our operator. Lyndon, do we have any callers for agenda item 8.5 who wish to speak in opposition to the application?
We have Andrew Tall in the queue. Mr. Andrew Tall, your line is open.
Good evening.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could please state your name so we have it officially for the record, and then you can, we invite you to testify here in this public hearing, and we're going to ask you to limit your comments to 5 minutes, all right?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I think this is supposed to be for public comment. I think I'm in the wrong item here. So this be 7.1 for public comment.
Oh, no, this is not public comment. Officially, this is the public hearing for item 8.5. Is this Andrew?
Yeah, this is Andrew. Yeah.
Hi, Andrew. We'll put you back on hold. We'll get back to you. We want to get through this first. We had some technical issues, I think, with public comment, and we're doubling back to that after we're done with this. We need folks who are speaking specifically to item 8.5. Ms. Wilson, can you help here?
Lyndon, do you have other callers for us on agenda item 8.5?
Participants, if you wish to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone. If you wish to cancel your request, please press the pound or hash key. Once again, if you wish to speak, please press star 1 on your telephone. We have Rod Holland. Your line is open.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a neighbor to Gary. And
very good. If I could ask, just so we have it officially and clearly for the record, if you could state your name, and then we'll send you on your way with your comments here. If you could just state your name, please.
Sorry, Rod Holland. I live one block up north of the Verizon facility, and I concur with Gary that the noise during the summertime is a constant roar with what's there, and those exhausts are on the south side of the Verizon facility. And so to add 5 more exhausts on the north side, basically a stone throw away from the neighborhood here, would definitely make the noise levels way too loud for people to enjoy being outside in their yards, barbecuing, doing other things during the normal summer activities. Nighttime, it's probably not so bad, but daytime, summertime, it would be very, very noisy. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. I appreciate it. Ms. Wilson.
Lyndon, if we have other callers, either with a question or a comment of any type on agenda item 8.5?
Our next participant is Jane Moss. Your line is open.
Good evening and
Hi,
welcome.
This is Jean Moss.
Good evening, Ms.
Hi.
Moss. Welcome.
Hi there. My first name is Jean, Jean, and the last name is Moss, MOSS. And I live in the condos across the street and to the southwest of Verizon. We have 88 homes in our development, which was built in 1993. I've lived here over 17 years and quite a while before Verizon was built. Verizon is already noisy now. I can hear the ventilation systems inside my home and especially at night. It's loudest in the winter. My home faces northeast, and on the sound chart that Verizon provided, you can see the sound waves travel around one building and directly to where my bedroom's located. So last week on December 14th and 15th, I could hear the loud drone from Verizon at midnight while I was outside with my dog, and then also while I'm inside in my bedroom. I'm wondering, how will there be less noise when there are more generators and ventilation systems added? It's already loud in the middle of the night. Who will be testing that sound at 2 a.m. on a regular basis? And how will you ensure that sound decibels are not exceeded? We need these questions answered before permission is given for the expansion. What is our recourse once the facility is expanded and it's too loud? We don't want to just live with it. I also have a concern about the particulate matter coming from the generators and its toxicity. There are 88 households in our development again, and they would be affected by toxic air. So as a resident living across the street, I would request that the City Council not approve this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Appreciate it. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you.
Lyndon, could we please have the next person wishing to ask a question or speak in regards to agenda item 8.5?
There are no further questions or comments at this time. Once again, if you wish to ask or comment, please press star 1 on your telephone.
I would encourage anyone, if you'd like to
Comment at this time.
encourage anybody, if you'd like to speak to item 8.5, the phone number and the conference ID is on the screen now. And please, this would be the time to speak up. Lyndon, could you make one last call, please, for this public hearing? Otherwise, we will end up closing the public hearing. Could you make one last call for the public hearing for item 8.5?
Again, if you wish to ask a question or comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. There are no further questions or comments at this time. Please continue.
Very good. It looks like no one else coming forward here on item 8.5, Council. So I would look for a motion to close the public hearing, and so we can get into a discussion on this.
I'd move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nelson and a second by Councilmember Carter to close the public hearing on item 8.5. Council, any further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing on item 8.5. So now, Council, I appreciate your patience. I'm sure a number of questions came up as we were listening to the different statements being made and presentations brought forward by the city and by the Verizon representative and by our appellants in this matter. And I see a couple of hands going up. I see Councilmember Nelson and then Councilmember Carter. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions to start off with. A couple of things in terms of the noise study. That seems to be the central issue, although not the only issue, clearly. And in the noise study, there was a note that the nighttime measurements were taken in shorter intervals in order to avoid transient noises from like traffic and things like that. And I guess I'd like more information on why that would be and why you would exclude normal noises that you would expect in these neighborhoods. I mean, traffic exists, it's there, and that is part of the impact on these residents. So what, I guess I was confused as to why those were excluded.
Mr. Markegard, I think you're our noise guy here in the city of Bloomington. Can you address the question of why the nighttime readings were done in specific intervals?
Yes, Mayor Busey, Councilmember Nelson. I'm actually going to call on the applicant's noise expert. They can talk a little bit about why they structured the study in that manner.
Fair enough. Mr. Pannebecker. Mr. Pannebecker, are you with us?
Yes, I mean, we actually have in attendance the Tony Baxter, who was the acoustic engineer that did the report, and he's probably better qualified to address or answer any specific questions regarding the noise study.
Very good.
Than I am.
Very good. My screen is just getting fuller here, and we're more than happy to listen, everybody. Mr. Baxter, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. The reason we don't include the traffic, cars, trucks, whatever, what we're trying to do in those short measurements is evaluate the noise that's coming from the Verizon property, and we don't want the influences of other noises, passing vehicles primarily. So we take shorter measurements.
Okay. I guess then I have a follow-up question probably for staff in terms of understanding Minnesota state law and how that applies. I mean, because I can understand you'd want to measure the Verizon facility itself, but the impact to the residents is the noise, all of it. And so how does that standard apply in state law?
Mr. Markegard or Ms. Manderscheid? Who would be best here?
Mayor, members, I don't know that I'm the best person to answer this question, but it's my understanding that the Minnesota rules provide some guidance on measurement methodology. I know that our limitation with regard to the regulation of sound is limited to the standards and requirements of the MPCA, and we have authority to enforce MPA standards, but we do not have the authority to go beyond MPA standards.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, I can add to that a little bit. I know that state law does specify that measurements are to be protected from ambient conditions in order to provide a more accurate measurement from a given noise source.
And Mayor, I can add to that. There is specific language in Minnesota rules talking about ambient and the desire or the goal to protect from ambient conditions in order to have an accurate measurement. I believe it's 7030.0060. I would suspect that Mr. Baxter might have the exact citation on that, but there is definitely addressing that in Minnesota rules.
All right, thank you. My next question, one of the other things in that noise study was there was like 6 criteria of things that could impact noise, 2 of which were used within the study, 4 of which were not. One of those that was not was wind. And I was curious about not utilizing that. I mean, in other design standards, even if you just look at the physical building, it has to be designed for wind loads. Why would the noise standard not have to be designed for wind, which exists? I mean, it is a thing that is there. It wouldn't be something that I think would be ignored in other engineering scenarios. And so I guess I'm curious as to the thought process on the wind.
Mr. Baxter, as the noise expert and someone who does this, can you explain why wind isn't taken into account when noise measurements are being considered?
I want to make sure I understand the question. Is the question why we don't include the effects of wind, the noise that wind makes, or is the question, do we or do we not include the fact that wind could increase or decrease the noise levels from the Verizon property?
I would believe that it would be more of the latter one, that it could increase or decrease. I think there was a note within the report that it could increase it by as much as 8 decibels. And if we're already really close to the level, or, you know, and maybe in some people's scenarios above that, you know, that 8 decibels would certainly push it over.
Yeah, the methods that we use to calculate the noise from the equipment follows an ANSI standard that includes the effects of wind. In fact, what the standard says is that the method predicts noise levels in meteorological conditions that are favorable to propagation. Those are moderately downwind conditions or under a well-developed moderate temperature inversion. So the assumption is, the calculations are, that the wind is blowing from the source and away from the source for the full 360 degrees around the source. The standard also says that these conditions, these meteorological conditions that are used in the standard are chosen for stable propagation. And it's to provide a method that's appropriate for evaluating specific community noise limits. And it says specifically it's a level that is seldom exceeded. This is the standard method of how to do these calculations, and wind effects are included.
Thank you for the clarification. Next question. I think Mr. Guerin had raised this issue about there was originally a 4 of the air handlers running at 100%, and then it maybe changed to 5 of them running at 80%. And is that accurate? Did that change? Why? What impact would that have on the sound or the noise? My second question, if we're looking at, or second part of that, if we're looking at worst case scenario, why is the analysis not done at 100% of all of them? In my mind, that would be worst.
Yeah, as Mr. Pannebecker had pointed out, there's a lot of redundancy in the system. Also, in our first analysis, engineering was still going on. In fact, engineering is still going on. We're still evaluating and looking at ways to improve things. But originally there were 5 air handlers there, and we said let's run all 5 of them at 100%. And if we pass under that conditions, if we meet the criteria under those conditions, then we must be good. A more realistic, even though not all 5 would run at the same time, one of them is completely redundant. But we ran the conditions at all 5 at 100%. What is more realistic is to run them at a lower speed, at lower fan speeds, and the conditions that we ran, that we think are realistic as a worst case, as engineering progressed, was 5 units at 80%.
Okay.
The other things in the model, there are 2 small condensing units. Only one of them will operate at a time, but we have them both in there, both running at 100%. There are 4 large condensing units. Only 2 of those are going to operate at a time. We have them in there all at 100%. So we think we have worst case conditions here. And we don't think these conditions actually will ever happen. Most of the time, we may have 4 units running at 50% fan speed, or 5 units at 30% of fan speed. Some conditions like that. We expect the noise levels will be much, much lower for those conditions.
All right, thank you. Shifting gears a little bit, I'd like to just talk about the generators and the noise on those. You said they'd only run in an emergency. What in your mind is an emergency? Is that like a power outage, or is it like a significant natural disaster? You know, how is that emergency defined?
That would be defined as, yeah, a period when the facility has lost power from the utility, that they're forced to go on generator in order to maintain their operations. So it could be a natural disaster, could be a storm, could be many things, could be something that happens with the utility that takes, causes the power to the building to be discontinued.
Has Verizon had a power outage?
To my understanding, they've had very few over the last several years. So you have spent a very limited amount of time actually run on generator in an emergency situation. The power supply is very stable.
But is it fair to assume that it will happen and these generators will run at some point?
That's why they're there.
Okay. Do we know what the noise level would be when they're running? Has that been modeled or tested?
Mr. Pennebecker, Mr. Baxter, do we know what the noise level would be if the generators are running?
Yep, this is Tony Baxter. We know when they do. Here's what I know right now. I would have to. I'll tell you what I know right now. When they run the generators for testing, for maintenance testing, it's run during the daytime. They run them individually, and the generators meet the noise codes during the daytime, which is 60 dBA. I don't know in a true emergency right now, as we sit here, how many of those generators, or what quantity of generators will be running. So I don't know what the answer is during a true emergency.
Thank you. Along the same lines of the generators, the measurements that were taken during the daytime, I believe that was a week in October there. None of those measurements were at the adjacent properties. Is that accurate? That was only done at the Verizon property. It's like, so we had like an hourly reading on each of those. Is that accurate?
You're asking about the 7-day long measurements? Right, we made the measurements on the north side of the Verizon property. Both, we had equipment out there to keep it secure, that type of thing. And the goal there was to evaluate noise levels from the Verizon property over that 7-day period. And just to understand what noise was in the environment.
So I guess, and then my kind of related question is, do you have any data demonstrating the compliance with the daytime standards? You indicated that there was measurements on the Verizon property, and I think from the commentary there was some information from the manufacturer that it probably shouldn't, but do you have any data to demonstrate that it does not exceed those levels during the day?
That's the generators, for the generators, yes?
For the Verizon facility in total.
We have in the report showed nighttime data that's for the Verizon property is much more accurate than anything we could measure in the daytime because of the traffic noise. It's very, very difficult during the daytime to make a measurement out there to demonstrate Verizon, the noise from the Verizon property, to evaluate that accurately because there's so much other noise in the environment. So we have to do it in the middle of the night. We do have, those are the measurements that were pointed out. I don't remember how many of them were. There were a dozen of them at least. We do have as well have made generator noise measurements with the generators running during the daytime to show that those do meet the requirements. Those are not included in the report or in the presentation material, but we do have them.
Okay. I think at this point, I mean, I have other thoughts and probably other questions and stuff like that, but just out of respect for my colleagues, I'll allow somebody else to jump in at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple questions that I want to ask, at least initially. So can somebody tell me what the current MPCA investigation is about and when we will have the results for that investigation?
The current MPCA request was made apparently at the request of an unidentified party. They sent a letter to Verizon asking for documentation on the generators. That report has been returned to MPCA, but they have not yet received, or it has not been responded yet by MPCA.
So what was the concern from the anonymous source, or what exactly are they investigating with?
They just, I don't know what the original complaint was questioning. It was basically a letter requesting documentation on the existing generators and how they were running and what the criteria was as far as being in compliance with the state standards.
Standards for pollution, I would take, like the diesel fuel, like the particulate matter from that, or from noise?
Yes.
Pollution? Okay.
Yep, yeah. Exactly. And what we found was, and in the report, and we can provide a copy of that report to the city council if you would like. Of the response, it showed that the emissions that are being given off by Verizon are well below the state limitations. So we can provide that.
That would be fabulous. I would love to see that because I am concerned. I guess one of my primary concerns is about the health and safety of the surrounding neighbors, and I was doing a little bit of research on this before the meeting, and I know according to OSHA there are some negative health effects associated with exposure to diesel exhaust and diesel particulate matter. And so I would like to know what's considered a safe level of exposure on any given day and then over the course of a year, and then how much would be generated from the facility as a whole if the expansion is approved and completed. And of course, that can be a follow-up item if you don't have the answers right away. So then my second related question would be, I'd like to know, I know that the diesel fuel and the diesel particulate matter has been, I think it was brought up in some of the concerns by the appellants, but are there other pollutants or particulates that are being emitted? And then what are the kind of emission standards in place for those specific particulates? And any kind of cumulative health and safety issues for the site. I feel like I personally noticed a lot of information around noise and some of the other issues, but I would just like to have a lot more information around the health impacts of the surrounding area, like I mentioned. So if you have answers to that, I would like to know, and if not, it can be another follow-up item.
Yeah, like I said, the report or the response that Verizon provided outlines a lot of various particulates and different things that are given off by the generators. So we can provide that.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then on kind of shifting gears a little bit, have the noise levels for the Verizon facility been tested below 0 degree temperatures? And then what would happen to the noise levels in those 0 degree temperatures? Would we expect those to increase or have any kind of impact?
I think generally, as the weather gets colder, the noises can become louder as they propagate around. I think Mr. Baxter can address that better than I can.
Right. What can happen in the cold weather is you get this temperature inversion, and which can increase noise levels at distances away from the source. And the model includes, like I said earlier, it includes that as one of the environmental conditions. It's that is favorable to propagation. In the way that the standard reads, under a well-developed moderate temperature inversion. So the effects of temperature are in the calculations.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my last question would be, and I don't know who should answer this, but if the facility were approved and completed and there were noise violations, what would be the recourse for residents or the city?
Yeah, Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Carter, I can address that.
Mr. Merkegard.
Yeah, a couple of the public commenters raised that question about redress. So in terms of the noise situation, we have the professional study that says it would be in compliance with the state standards. However, we do have a couple verification steps after that. First of all, prior to any issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a test would need to be completed that would verify that they are in compliance with the state standard. And if they did not pass that test, did not demonstrate compliance, they would need to make adjustments prior to being able to take occupancy of the new addition area. So that is a pretty major step to verify that they are in fact in compliance. The next step after that is that a test would be done when the temperature is below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So that would likely be the first winter after occupancy. So that would be another test done under different circumstances. So we'd have a lot more information. Unless there are modifications made, it's unlikely that the sound levels would change substantially over time. So if we did receive a complaint that for some reason we thought that the sound levels did change and were no longer in compliance, we would do some verification. And then if in fact it was above the noise standard, our first step on enforcement is generally education and trying to achieve voluntary compliance with the property owner. So that would take place first. If that still did not result in compliance, the next step would be formal written orders to bring the facility into compliance. And then in kind of the rare event that that does not result in compliance, the city could move on to civil fines. And then steps beyond that, if that still did not result in compliance, would include a criminal complaints or potentially a civil suit. but that would be kind of the progression of enforcement. By and large, the vast majority of once we have contact in a violation situation, the vast majority of cases are we achieve compliance just through education and voluntary compliance.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have for now.
Quick follow-up for you, Mr. Markegard. You say there's testing that would be required before they have certificate of occupancy. Who would do that testing?
Yes, Mr. Centenario, if you're available, I'll call on you. I don't have the wording of the condition in front of me.
Mr. Centenario, do you know who would do the testing prior to certificate of occupancy?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, council members, the just pulling up the exact language here. And the condition as written does not specify a particular party that has to provide the post installation data. So under our current kind of development standards, usually that measurement would come from the applicant's consultant to provide the post installation noise calculations with the oversight of city staff.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Coulter.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to start with my questions for staff. And I'm wondering, one of the appellants mentioned this, but I'm hoping, I don't know if she's still on the line, that staff can answer it. But there was reference made to Mike Thiessen, who I believe is on our city staff, making a recent measurement of noise in the area. Do we know when that took place?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, we don't, but I'll try and get that answer from Mr. Thiessen, who I believe is observing the meeting tonight. So we'll see if we can get that information to you shortly.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And then my second question is, there is some mention of environmental health. Maybe this is, I see Ms. Moore is on the meeting here as well. There's some mention to environmental health evaluating for odors and particulates. And I'm wondering if there's a specific standard that is either set in city code or in statute, or what. I guess my question is, what is the standard by which we evaluate for odors and particulates?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Coulter, for the city doesn't really have a standard for particulates in air pollution. Those standards are the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency standards. So when we talk about what the city does, if they do, the scrubber that they describe to put on the exhaust would be an air pollution control device. So that device, what the city does is we do have an annual permit for that, and the city monitors that they keep that device maintained and functioning. But if they fall into the criteria under the MPCA requirements, then the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency would review their emissions if they fell into, that category of needing to be monitored by the state. But otherwise, the city does not have its own standard for particulate or air pollution.
Okay, so maybe let me ask this question a different way then. If the concern from neighbors is about the diesel exhaust or odors or particulates in the air, to whom do they go? Is that MPCA?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter. So when it comes to, so in general, when complaints of odor come and are recorded by the city, you know, we get a lot of different types of complaints taken in. But when it comes to a specific pollutant or an exhaust or an emission that has to do with a certain type of generator or exhaust, you know, MPCA is really the agency sophisticated enough to measure or, you know, monitor or, you know, have oversight of that type of air pollution standard.
Okay. Thank you. I think that answers my question there, you know. And then just to sort of clarify here, the noise standards that are set in statute, that is regardless of air temperature, correct? That I mean, when it's the same standard regardless of whether it's colder or warmer. Is that correct?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Coulter, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess I will just sort of ask some brief questions of the folks from Verizon here. I guess I was not, to be frank, I was not particularly satisfied with the explanation. So maybe you could just give a little more detail. This was on the point that Councilmember Nelson raised earlier, where you know, the AHUs, you said the worst case scenario is all 5 AHUs operating at 80%, and I'm still not clear why not have 4 AHUs that could go up to 100%.
This is Jim Pennebecker. They can. The normal operating configuration for the units would be 5 units running at a reduced capacity. Again, that falls into the redundancy part of the equation. With the 5 units running, if one unit is shut down or something happens and it shuts off, the remaining 4 can instantly increase their capacity to maintain the required cooling for the facility. If you had 4 units running at a higher capacity and one unit for some reason shut off, then you would have to start up that 5th unit, and it would take a period of time to get that unit up to the required capacity. And given the heat that is generated in the data center part of the room, you know, there's not necessarily a lot of time to allow for that unit to come up to speed. And that's why typically the 5 units would be running at a partial load.
Okay, thank you. I think that helps me understand that a little bit better. And then I just wanted to follow up on some comments that Mr. Baxter made, and I'm a little confused by this as well, because Councilmember Nelson asked about the noise level during the daytime, and it sounded to me like you essentially said that it was, if not impossible, extremely challenging to measure that. Is that correct?
Because there's noises from other sources, mainly traffic, that are unrelated to Verizon, and that traffic noise is significantly higher. I'm not sure if Mr. Centenario can put up the slide that shows the ambient noise that we measured. A sample of it. It was page 6 of the presentation slides. I think that looking at that may help you understand what the noise level is in the environment.
Well, I guess, I mean, I understand the point that there is ambient noise, but I guess what I'm getting at here is that, you know, we heard from a number of residents with concerns about this noise even during the daytime. And I guess my question is, how are we, you know, I mean, to be blunt, how are we sure that the facility is meeting these MPCA code requirements now, let alone that it would be if this expansion were to go through.
Well, it's the equipment that is running at Verizon runs day and night. So if we're measuring it, it shouldn't be any different in the daytime than at the nighttime. So what we did was measure it at night when it was quieter, so we could just get the Verizon noise levels and not other sources. During the daytime, it's very difficult because there's lots of traffic going by. And it's tough to make a.
And there are no. Sorry, there are no operational differences between how the equipment runs during the day and the night?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So if I could just double back to a couple of the questions that some of our residents, some of our appellants actually asked. And Ms. Fletcher actually asked the question that I think a lot of us have: how can an expansion create less noise? And Mr. Baxter or Mr. Pennebecker, I mean, I think we had talked about this or had heard this a couple of times. How is that possible that an expansion would actually create less noise?
Yeah, this is Tony Baxter again. I've never said that it would create less noise, but the question maybe I would think is does the noise that the expansion and the existing equipment at Verizon, does it meet the noise code? That's what we've been asked as engineers to determine and to design for.
So I understood. I think maybe I understand what the question that Ms. Fletcher was asking, and I understand that you had not necessarily said that. But I think the point being, if the current levels are where they are right now, if you add X number of additional pieces of equipment, at what level do we trip over? How do we know that the levels aren't going to trip over based on the information that we have now?
In our calculations, we added in the noise from the loudest existing equipment at Verizon, separate from generator noise, right? Equipment that's running all the time, that we expect to run constantly, and the noise levels do not exceed, with the expansion plus the loudest existing, do not exceed the noise code.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Please.
This is Mike Centenario. I think it might be helpful if I share some slides that Mr. Baxter had prepared. So it might be helpful just to refer to some of those calculations that he referenced to help the discussion. Mr. Baxter, I'm going to share your slides that was sent to me, and then if there is a particular slide that you'd like me to go to, just let me know and I can get there.
Yeah, this was a slide that I had mentioned. It's a 24-hour noise measurement. The nighttime requirement is 50 dBA. Now, this was at location A. This is on the Verizon property. But the nighttime requirement is 50 dBA at the residential property line for the NAC1. And you can see where 50 is over there. It's very common, particularly in the daytime, which this is 12 a.m., so midnight to midnight. Midnight being on the left part of the x-axis to the following midnight on the right axis. And you can see that a significant amount of the time, noise levels are much higher than 50 dBA. This is what makes it difficult to evaluate noise from Verizon, because what we're seeing here, this is almost all traffic noise, not constant mechanical sources. Could you go to page, probably is 10 or 11, maybe one of the last pages. maybe the next one, the contour plot. So this is a plot. This is the calculation results for the new equipment. You can see the expansion on the north side of the building. It includes 5 air handling units running at 80%. It includes 2 small condensing units, 4 large condensing units. And it includes the dry cooler noise on the south side, existing equipment on the south side of the building. That kind of white rectangle, right almost in the very middle of the page. And we evaluated noise. You can see the homes to the north, you can see the homes to the south and west. And you can see the contours and the lines. But there's a red one, a red circle with 1 in it on the north side of the property. That's 48 dBA under these operating conditions. And then the red circle with a 2 in it to the south and west of the Verizon building is 47 dBA. That red 2 is noise primarily is all coming from the dry coolers and existing equipment on the south side of the building. I heard one of the homeowners nearby also say that the city was out recently and measured 45 to 47 dBA at, I believe, at that location. So our calculations were 47 dBA. I say our results are very close to what was measured. And the requirement is to meet 50 dBA, the MPCA requirement. But here we are, just to show you here in this, that we are including the existing equipment. There is other equipment at Verizon that we're not including because it's not very loud. It doesn't add anything to the noise levels. So we didn't include it, but the dry coolers and the south side.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Lohman.
Mr. Mayor, this is Chris Wilson. Councilmember Lohman sent me a message in the chat that he needed to step away momentarily, but he will be back.
All right, very good. If I could ask another question then, probably to Mr. Pannebecker. So the emergency generators tested on a weekly basis, and we saw some of that, some comments on that in the correspondence we received from neighbors and so on, that running every Wednesday for a significant period of time. I don't believe here in the city of Bloomington, we've got emergency generators as well. I don't believe that we test them on a weekly basis. And just on a looking at this, we heard a comment about how to make this as livable as possible, as neighborly as possible, that kind of thing. Why the weekly testing of emergency generators? Why the weekly testing of brand new equipment that will be coming in? And are there other ways to do that without every Wednesday, 7 hours at a time, running the generators to get confirmation that they actually will work when you absolutely need them?
Yeah, I can definitely address that. I don't, maybe Mr. Centenario can bring up the spreadsheet that we had provided with him. Verizon provided us with a schedule, their test schedule for the generators. They currently have 3 generators on site. There's 2 1500 kW generators. Those are run every other week. There's a smaller 450 kW generator that supports the admin area, and that is run once a month. It's run the first Wednesday of every month. Typically, the first generator of the large generators, the network A, as it's called here, is run for approximately 45 minutes, and then they're shut off. The engine is allowed to cool down, and then in approximately an hour, they run the second one for about 45 minutes to make sure that everything is still, and that's the schedule that they're on. They don't run the generators every Wednesday, and it's not for 45 minutes. Some days, there's when they run the two network A and network B, it would be about an hour and a half, not continuous. There will be an occasion when, that first Wednesday of the month and the every other Wednesday schedule aligns, and then they would have the admin generator running as well. But it's definitely not every other week, and the time is limited to bring they have to bring the generator up to speed, and then allow it to maintain its run, and then there's a cool down period, and that's what accounts for the 45 minutes.
I appreciate that clarification. I guess I misunderstood. I think I either misread or there might have been some incorrect information in one of the comments that we did receive, that it was run on a weekly basis. So thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, this is accurate because to add one level, the generators are each, there's a time meter, and part of the state regulations is, that they have to maintain a record of the runtime on all the generators, and there's meters on the generator that do that, and this is their record that they maintain. We just extracted that from their documentation for the facility. So this is an accurate record showing, the exact minute and time when it was started and it stopped.
Appreciate that. Councilmember Beloga, and then back to Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Beloga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've provided the schedule, but you haven't given a reason why it needs to be run every other week. Can you speak to that?
Well, I think because typically, they want to make sure that in the event of an emergency, that the generators are ready to run, and that's basically what it is. They want to make sure that if they're needed, that they're going to start and they're going to run.
Well, having experience with backup power systems, we never at Control Data ran our backup generators on the schedule that Verizon uses, and that was to maintain networks. So I still think there's latitude in that. I'm not sure that hospitals run it twice a month for the period of time that you do. Comments, please?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is the Verizon standard, and that's what they exercise their generators at all of their facilities across the country. I mean, I'm not, I didn't establish, how they operate them, but that is how they operate.
So what I hear you saying is it is what it is, and that's what we're going to continue to use.
That is their current standard.
If there were abilities to remediate that schedule down so that in a resident, you're adjacent to a residential area and starting that test at 7 a.m. Just seems to be tone deaf to a neighbor. My observations, and running it at the frequency that you're doing is another case of tone deafness. So tell me then about what you've told us in a great amount of detail is the standards that you're going to apply on the new addition for noise and air quality and particulate quality control. It's my understanding that they do not exist at the current site. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, noise remediation, the wall, all that sort of thing. The scrubber on the diesel generator, all those things that you've touted to reduce noise and increase air quality and reduce particulate. That's all with respect to the addition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is going to be done with the existing similar equipment in the current building?
We have looked at the scrubbers for the addition or for the existing ones. It's a very difficult process because of the exhaust, as well as it could impact the generators because it does put back pressure on the existing system. We do have a sound barrier that's been installed at those generators to address the sound issues. But we're currently do not have it in our plans to it's not part of the current project to modify the existing generators, although it has been discussed as a future project.
If that were part of this project, do you think that may influence both the neighbors and the council favorably?
I'm not sure. I think some of the neighbors are opposed to the project, no matter what Verizon did as part of this project.
Okay, fair enough. I'm a little bit lost at sea with your comments about 80%, 40%, or 4 at 100, 5 at 80. If I understand the noise standard, it's what's the maximum noise that can be generated out of your facility. Is that not correct? Is that not the MPCA's measuring standard?
Tony, do you want to address exactly how does the standard?
Yeah, I think I maybe should pull up the standard to read it specifically, but if 80%, if the noise level at 5 units running at 80% is the highest.
I'm sorry, sir. My question is not that. My question, if you didn't understand it, is it not the MPCA standard to determine the maximum amount of noise that the equipment to be measured is possible to generate?
I would have to reread the standard to answer that question, but I can say I don't think that's what it says. As I said here, I don't think that's what it says. Can I take a minute and read it?
Well, and it would be good to share that with all of us so that we all have the common understanding. Because if the machinery is running and the generator is also on for an hour, it sounds to me that you have an hour's worth of time that you're going to exceed the noise standard. Is that correct?
Well, the generators will run, they're run during the daytime, and the standard, the MPCA requirement, criterion is 60 dBA during the daytime. And this equipment, the air handling units, the condensing units are designed to meet 50 dBA. So they will be more than 10 decibels less than the daytime requirement.
I'm saying in aggregate. What's the dBA on the generator?
The generators are designed to be less than 60 dBA in the day, which is the daytime requirement.
And so have we measured the sound levels with the generator operating with the air handlers operating at normal capacities?
We haven't measured it, but we've evaluated it. We've evaluated it.
So I guess the answer is no.
Well, we can't measure it because it doesn't exist. We haven't built it yet, right? We can only calculate it.
I'm talking about the current structure. You've done analysis on the current structure also.
Yes, we've both done measurements and calculations. Yes.
So then the answer is none of the measurements or calculations for the current structure include the total noise capacity of the building. Meaning that the fans, the air handlers are running and the generators also operating.
We have measurements with existing generators and existing mechanical equipment
operating concurrently.
Yes, we do have measurements.
Okay, and where are those charts?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Well, which chart is that?
It is not in any of these charts.
So you have it, you just have not provided that tonight?
Correct. It wasn't included in these data.
Okay, but I'm sure you'd provide it to us.
We have it. It is not on these charts.
Thank you. I would appreciate getting that information. Then a question for our staff. If I look at condition 29, it says after occupancy, noise testing shall be conducted once in the first year of occupancy during weather below 0 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's a singular testing. We do no ongoing testing. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Beloga, that's correct. The condition, that was a condition that was added on to the Planning Commission action during the meeting. But as written, it would be one test instance given those weather conditions.
And is that the case throughout the city that it's sort of one and done?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember, I'm not aware of any instances where there's we have a post-occupancy noise test like that. So I'm not aware of another instance where we do that.
Okay. That's all for now. Reserve the right to come back after.
Absolutely, Councilmember Beloga. Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just quickly, got a few questions here, but I'd like to pick up on something that Councilmember Beloga just asked. It was about data that hasn't been provided this evening and that we don't have. And in terms of this being a sort of a quasi-judicial matter, how does that come into play? I thought we had to limit our decision to information we have.
Mayor, I'd be happy to take this one.
Yes, Ms. Mandershett, I was just going to call on you, please.
Mayor, members, you are correct, Councilmember Nelson, in that the materials before you in the record, in the testimony, should be what you're considering in making decisions on this item 8.5. If additional supplemental data is provided, we would make it available. Any data that the city received, we would make it available to the parties that have participated in the proceeding tonight. If you have additional data that you would like to consider and you believe that would be important for your consideration prior to making any sort of staff direction, it probably makes the most sense to hold over any direction to staff until a subsequent meeting. In anticipation of discussion on this item, I did inquire in advance about the deadline for agency action on this item, and I believe it is, Mike, feel free to, I believe it's January 31st. Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, that is correct. That is beyond the 120-day normal deadline, but the applicant did extend it to January 31st, 2021.
So we do have a little bit of time in January. We have a couple of meetings in January, but it will be important to keep it moving so that we don't run afoul of the statutory deadlines related to agency action.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure I understood the process there, so that's helpful. I think 3 other questions quick. So Councilmember Belogo is talking about potential mitigation of existing situations. And I am wondering, because I've heard from a number of people that have contacted me, but also tonight, there seems to be a lot of a concern about the cooler system that runs in the winter being particularly noisy. And we had, I forget if it was Molly or Linda, they had talked about walking their dog at night, and it was really loud. So I guess my question is, has there been any consideration of mitigation efforts regarding that piece of equipment? I have no idea what could be done to help with that issue, and would that help the overall issue?
You're referring to the existing equipment?
Yes, the existing equipment.
Yeah, I think the equipment that she was referring to was the dry coolers on the south side of the building, and the noise that they generate, which is what's driving the sound levels at the housing to the southwest. It could be something we could look at addressing, additional mitigation on those units.
That would be fantastic. From what I'm hearing from that neighborhood, I think that would be greatly appreciated by them. A question about the generators. The existing generators are indoors. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
The new ones will be outside. Is that also accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. Would the outdoor ones tend to be create more noise because they're not enclosed?
Well, they are in an acoustic enclosure. It's a steel enclosure with sound material built into it, and it also has there's a muffler as well, which the existing ones have also. And the muffler that has been specified is an upgraded muffler from the standard muffler that would come with an engine generator.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, additional questions of either city staff, our Verizon representative, or any of the appellants? Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I hope I just didn't zone out and miss this, but one of the appellants referenced some sound calculations that he made that seemed to run contrary to some of the information that was provided, and I'm just wondering if there was, and I didn't recall hearing it, but was there any response to that from Verizon or staff?
Yeah, this is Tony Baxter. I looked at at the calculations on page 3, case 1 and case 2, I mean, the math is right, but I don't know where the levels come from or where they're evaluated, where these points are evaluated at. But I would disagree with the conclusion that's being drawn from these calculations. The results of the noise levels generated by the new air handling units and the condensing units and the existing dry cooler are in that contour plot. Those are the results of the noise that as it goes out into the areas away from Verizon.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lohman, are you back with us? And did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm back with. I'm not sure if the question had been asked, but I'm curious about the complaints that have come from the neighborhoods. I'm not sure if Lynn is still on.
Ms. Moore is still on, yes.
So then my question for her is, over the last several years, how many complaints have we seen coming from this particular site? And can you talk a little bit about the nature of those complaints?
Mayor Bussey, Councilmember Lohman, just an overview of complaints we've had over the last 13 years. Environmental Health has logged 12 cooling fan complaints, 7 generator complaints, and 4 exhaust complaints from approximately 12 separate residents or neighbors, living around the property.
And to your estimates, have we been able to work those to conclusion?
In our investigations of the complaints, we have not found that, the noise level when we're talking about the air handling units, the fans and systems that run consistently, where we have done checks on noise level during the day, they have not exceeded the state standards.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. I have a question for our city attorney in regards to the definition of evidence and testimony. Could you just give me given that we've got the public here, I want to just be sure that that not only myself, since we're in a quasi judicial state, if you could give us a little primer on that.
Ms. Mandershine?
Mayor, members, I don't have the Black's Law Dictionary definitions in front of me, but I'll say generally speaking, the evidence would be, evidence in the testimony would form the parts of the record, and the council is asked to review the record. So the testimony would be the information that has been provided orally during the meeting today, and the evidence would be the slides that have been provided, as well as the materials that are in the packet that has been before you tonight, as well as any other sort of information that has been provided during the, if there's any other sort of data that's been provided to you all during the presentation this evening. It would also extend, if you all decide to continue this until a subsequent meeting, it would include the additional data some of you have mentioned in your questions and discussion during this portion of the item.
And so it's my understanding through this process that our decisions need to be guided by both the testimony and that evidence that's presented either here, or if we decide to continue this on to make a decision based on those things. Is that correct?
Mayor, members, that is accurate.
Okay. Thanks. So one question that I did see when I was reading through the evidence, as it were, or testimony in the packet, was the question of impact on property value. And I wanted to know, given those complaints that are out there and the changes that are here, what does will staff opine on property value and the damage or evidence to that point?
I'm not sure who might take that one. I don't know that we've got anybody from, I'm assuming we don't have anybody from the assessor's office here, or.
We do not, Mr. Mayor. I look to Glenn or Mike and see if they've had any discussion with the city assessor's office. To my knowledge, there's been no indication in the information that I've seen that there's any relationship with property values.
Yes, Mayor Busse, council members, I can add to that. We haven't seen any evidence of property value diminution. We could certainly compare, working with our assessing division, compare property values over time in this immediate area relative to similar properties in other areas if desired.
No, I think that's the heart of what folks are asking about here in terms of if we've got these two complaints regarding order and regarding noise pollution. I think it might be appropriate. We'll see if my colleagues agree with that. So just another question in terms of just so the general public understands. So I just want to make sure that I completely and entirely understand the role of, I think it's, is it Tony, the engineer? Is that paid for through Verizon? How is that? Help me understand that relationship and how that works in terms of his professional opinions that he would provide to this proceedings. And then I know there was an ask about for a third-party noise study, and I wanted to know if there's a history of staff doing that. Is there a benefit to that, given what the mayor has stated about the process through the MPCHA of verifying that noise information?
This is Tony Baxter. I can answer your first part of your question. We are working indirectly for Verizon. We're engineers here at our offices in Bloomington. We are working for the architect who is working for Verizon. There's a project for Verizon.
And so if I could ask, in terms of your professional conclusions that you've derived, those are based under your professional degree and your professional opinion, not derived from the relationship that you have with Verizon. I just wanted to be sure I understand.
Correct. Yep, I'm a licensed professional engineer here in the state of Minnesota, and yeah, these are my professional opinions. I represent this work. Yes.
Then I would turn to staff in regards to my second part of my question in terms of a third-party request. Has that been done in the past? When has it been done in the past? And that has been requested by one of the appellants, and I wanted to know, get some feedback on that.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Glenn.
Mr. Markegard.
Mayor Busse, Councilmember Lohman. I'm not aware of any precedents for third party, or definitely third party, but not independent noise studies. In this case, we have the city with our noise monitoring equipment has done some testing, which is in line with the models and observations that Verizon has presented.
And just so I'm clear, in regards to the noise measurements that we have done, we have the equipment, but do we have the expertise to provide a second opinion to Tony's recommendation professional? I just want to understand that is that a second opinion, or do we not have the qualifications to make those determinations?
Mayor Busse, Councilmember Lohman, we do not have anyone on staff with the qualifications of Mr. Baxter.
I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Martin, you both had hands up earlier and now they're down. Were your questions answered, or did you have additional questions? Councilmember Beloga?
The questions I had got answered during the discourse between the applicant and Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin?
I have what I need. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Council, any additional questions for the appellants? We heard from Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Larn, and Mr. Guerin. Any specific questions for them?
Actually, Mayor, I did think of one last question that I wanted to ask the
Councilmember Lohman.
Verizon. So, and you don't have to answer this question, Jim. Pennekeberger. I know that it's your own property, and I'm just curious as to would you have considered any different configurations of this, and is that even possible? You don't have to answer that question. It's your property. You can do whatever you want. But I was just curious if this was the only design consideration. And then I guess my follow-up question would be, if there was a different design, would there be different impact from a noise standpoint?
Verizon in the beginning of the project looked at multiple options as far as locating the site for various reasons, from maintaining operations to the risk that it could put the facility under during construction. It was deemed that from Verizon's standpoint, this was the best location for the addition. But they did look at multiple options around the site.
Thank you. And if you want to, you can opine on the noise piece if you've got anything on it, Tony.
Sorry, could you repeat the question there, please? Regarding the noise?
So again, this is very speculative, and you don't have to answer the question. But if this addition was located in a different part of the property, would there be a lesser impact from a noise standpoint?
I haven't considered that. This was the layout I was asked to do analysis on and make recommendations for.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Coulter?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up, and I don't know if Mr. Centenario was able to get in touch with, is it Mike Thiessen about when those sound measurements were taken?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Coulter, Mr. Thiessen did respond, and he conducted the measurement last Saturday at 10:30 a.m. So a daytime measurement.
Okay, thank you.
Council, anything additional? And in fairness, I do want to point out, I did ask the question regarding the city's emergency generator, and apparently we do test it on a weekly basis for about 30 minutes on Saturday morning. It runs automatically, it tests automatically. So there you go. That's just wanted to make sure we were fair with everything that we were talking about here. Councilmember Beloga and Councilmember Nelson, additional questions, or are we ready to start a discussion here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. New question. I just wanted to re-verify that somebody was going to look and get from staff and get a absolute determination of what the MPCA standard is relative to noise. I'm troubled by the ambient noise because, there's the human factor of what we're subjecting people to. And if there's a lot of ambient external noise being generated in this area, in addition to Verizon, I think that's important to know and understand how MPCA treats that. So just want to verify that somebody from our staff is doing that.
Mr. Markegard or Mr. Centenario, can we look into that?
Mayor Busse, Councilmember Beloga, yeah, we can gather that and provide that to you.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Lohman, in his comments spurred a thought in my mind, and I am just wondering if during the design process, there was consideration of other locations for the air handlers, condensers, generators, any of the noise generating equipment. As an example, possibly putting it between the existing building and the new expansion or something like that, that may buffer that or provide a better overall experience for the residents that live nearby.
We did look at, like I said, when we started, we looked at a lot of different options. The air handlers in this design are directly tied to the network room, the data center portion of the building, because they're directly discharging into the building and receiving the return air, and so it's a system that's required to be directly adjacent to that to the addition. So those really don't have the ability to be located. We did pull the generators back from the from the street behind the screen wall as far as we could.
Council, we've kind of run this one through, asked a number of different questions. I think everybody's had a shot here to ask the questions. If you have more, please let me know. But as we need to start considering this and discussing this, actually I'd point you back to, in our council packet, to page 230, which is the findings, and the findings that are required for a final site and building plan. And you'll see the 4 findings there, and then the questions are whether or not we can make those findings. The first finding being the proposed use is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan. The second finding being the proposed use is not in conflict with the adopted district plan for the area. The third is the proposed use is not in conflict with the city code provisions. And then the fourth, which I think is the biggie, the proposed development will not be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood or otherwise harm the public health, safety, and welfare. So as we start to discuss this, like your opinions on this, I think we can say pretty clearly that findings 1, 2, and 3 are, the finding has been made. We can see that in the discussion that staff did provide as well. It's consistent with the future land use guide plans, industrial land use designation. There is no district plan for the area, and there's some minor site plan modifications, but it's not in conflict at all with city code provisions. So items 1, 2, and 3 are found, I think, pretty comfortably and pretty steadily. The question on number 4, whether or not it will be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood or otherwise harm the public health, safety, and welfare. And I think arguments could be made both ways on that. It's legally, it probably fits. You could probably get the data to work in such a way that it's under the 50 decibels, and that if you take away the ambient noise as much as possible, that this is not necessarily violating state law. Legally, it could work. But my time on the council, and I think Councilmember Beloga probably remembers a couple, Councilmember Lohman as well. Noise issues are tricky issues because it's so much more than just whether or not it's legal or not, because noise is so insidious, it's so permanent in a lot of ways, and it gets into basically everything in a person's life, and I understand that. And the questions that have been asked about the additions to this operation, the questions that have been asked to regarding how the additions to the current operation combined with the traffic, combined with the other ambient noise in the area, whether or not we're making this an area that's unlivable because of the noise. These are legitimate questions, and they're legitimate things that I think we need to talk about and look into. I think the question also, the legitimate one, the combined noise of the testing that goes on with the generators, combined with the operation of the building, where is that level on a bi-weekly basis, a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis, however often they test the generators. And granted, even if it is only twice a month, every other week or so on, but that's like, you know, if you have a neighbor who revs his Harley Davidson every other Saturday morning, does that make it okay? Not necessarily, because you're starting at 7 a.m. on a Saturday, and it's disruptive, and it can be an issue. So those are my thoughts. I don't know that, as I said, I don't know that from a legal standpoint you can say nope, this isn't going to work because it exceeds levels. But from a more practical standpoint, a neighborhood standpoint, a livability standpoint, whether or not this works, especially in this area, does this officially work? As for the land use, the land value, the property values, I think it's worth looking at to see where the property values went from where they were in, 2007, before this was built, where they were and where they've progressed since that time. Have they kept up with the progression of land values in the area, in comparables in other Bloomington neighborhoods, or have they been artificially compressed because of this facility there and the noise permeating from this facility? And then can we assume it might be even worse in the future? All questions that I think I think I would need additional information before I'm ready to make this decision, but I'd like to hear others' opinions as well. Councilmember Nelson, and then Councilmember Carter.
So, Councilmember Carter, do you want to go first?
I think your hand was up first. Yeah, no.
I defer.
Okay, I can go. I'll make it really quick. You know, I alluded to this in my question, and the other piece of information that I would like to see is the more information on what the MPCA is currently investigating and the results of that. And I know we have a timeline here, but if staff could reach out to the MPCA and see where that's at and how quickly we could get results. I also appreciate Verizon's offer to send us the report that they submitted to the MPCA. So I would like to review that too before being able to make a decision. And then Mayor, I agree with the points that you made as well.
Councilmember Nelson, and then Councilmember Coulter.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I agree with you on points 1, 2, and 3. I think it's important for people to recognize that in all the other criteria that this project met the code requirements. I think there were some concerns about the landscaping portion, and I believe those have been addressed. And I will just note that that is frankly fairly standard for a project to have some deficiencies in like a landscape plan, and it gets fixed by staff and made sure to be code compliant. I do have some concerns about the landscaping, particularly along Old Shakopee, to make sure we use that the best way possible for a noise buffer if this moves forward, and then that's certainly not a certainty at this point. In terms of number 4, you know, I am not fully convinced that this does comply with Minnesota law. I don't have enough information on data to say that. I also likewise don't have data to say that it does not. I think just the truth is, for me, the data at this point is lacking in terms of what happens in that cold weather. There was, you know, measurements now, or the projections would be that it's 48 decibels. And there was a note that they would expect it to be louder, or the noise to carry farther in very cold situations. And, you know, that is a reality in this area, that that's going to happen. So I don't know that we meet that requirement in those conditions. You know, I think modeling is important, but, you know, these residents live in the real world where we have cold conditions, we have windy days. What are the, you know, scenarios in those situations, and does it exceed those levels? And, you know, to be candid, I think there's a very reasonable chance that it exceeds those levels based on what I see in the data. But again, I don't have complete data that says one way or the other. You know, I think that, you know, Mayor, your questions about the overall livability of the area and the impacts of multiple things, I think are a larger conversation that this council should have. I know we, a few years ago, reviewed industrial zoning standards and some things like that. It may make sense to take a look at those, but I know that before Councilmember Lohman chastises me for getting into policy issues and off topic here, I will stop. So I guess that's where I'm at. I'm going to need more data to just really figure out what is happening with those noise levels in some very realistic scenarios during the day, during cold weather, all of those types of things, in order to feel comfortable that it actually does comply with state law. I would also agree with Councilmember Beloga that I need to better understand what that statute actually says. The ambient noise issue bothers me. The fact that, you know, the impact on the residents isn't the most critical factor in that. It's just what's coming out of this facility. So when you have this facility, and then if somebody did something next door that generated noise, and you got traffic, and I mean, this could spiral. And so I need to understand exactly what those criteria are, how they're supposed to be measured, and how we can use that to act, because I do think that there's a strong potential that this will be injurious to that neighborhood and those residents in the neighborhood.
Councilmember Coulter.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I fear we are getting to the point of everything has been said, but not everybody has said it. But I agree with a lot of what has already been discussed tonight. And I'm generally not fond of sort of the thinking that, well, I can't say that it is one thing, but I can't say that it isn't either. And truth be told, I've come down sort of on both sides of that. But you know, when it comes to that fourth finding, I cannot say that as it stands now, the development will be injurious to the neighborhood, but I also cannot say that it will not be. And in this particular instance, from what I have seen and heard tonight, I would err more towards the side of saying that I cannot say that it would not be injurious, and that is a concern for me. Councilmember Nelson, I think, raised a number of really valuable insights this evening, including the fact that wind and traffic exist. But the ambient noise, I mean, we live with ambient noise, and I think, of course, his broader point is that, you know, we cannot stop traffic on Old Shakopee Road. So what does that mean for how we think about noise in the neighborhood? And I think clearly there is some dispute over the noise level, given you know what has been put forward. I'm also very concerned about the pollution and the particulate levels, and you know what the MPCA is or is not looking into. So I likewise just need more information. And I guess the last thing that I would say, and I know there are a number of folks who are interested in this and still watching, and I guess I just want to make it very clear that you know, we are all, as has been said, acting in a quasi-judicial manner tonight. And when we ask for more information, you know, I think we should just make it clear to the folks at home, the folks who are interested in this, that this could well still be approved. And should that be the case, that is not a reflection on the residents, on your extremely valid concerns, or what we even may personally think about this particular proposal. We in some sense, our hands are sort of tied on this decision, and needing more information is just that. But it may come down to the point where we take a vote that folks may not care for that reason. And I think it's important to mention that, because this sort of quasi-judicial capacity is not something that a lot of folks know about when it comes to city councils. But I am just simply not comfortable taking a vote on this until I have the information that's already been discussed.
And I'm getting the sense, Councilmember Coulter, that that's the case with the majority of folks on the council this evening. And tell me if I'm wrong, council, but my sense is that we're not in a position where we're comfortable making a decision right now, and we need additional information. And the additional information that I've been jotting down here are things such as additional details on the MPCA investigation, whatever that may be. And I think that would be helpful, because the fact that I said whatever that may be, I think tells you all you need to know, that we don't have that information, and we need that. Councilmember Beloga's points about the overall sound levels, the additional, in addition to the ambient noise, this noise from this facility, other noise, and how that all works together. I think cold weather measurements, I think, would be very helpful. And if we would put this off, if we would put this on the table and come back to this, if Minnesota winter would cooperate, perhaps we could get that measurement done and we could actually see what those results might be. And then, if at all possible, the notion of the property values, what we would expect to see in this case, with something like this being put into a neighborhood in this way, or expanded in a neighborhood in this way. Why don't we, if we could, we've closed the public hearing. Why don't we, if we could, if everyone would be in agreement, to continue this until January 11th, our January 11th meeting. We've got a lot going on at the first meeting, probably a lot on the second meeting as well, but I think we should fit this in and finish this and continue this discussion then. Get this information that we might need, and additional information, if you've got additional suggestions, additional information that we might need, and then be able to make our quasi-judicial decision at that time with this additional information. I see Councilmember Beloga's hand up. Before we get to your question, Councilmember Beloga, does that seem like a path forward, Council? In general, does that make sense to hold off a decision on this until we have additional information to help us fully form our decision? I'm seeing enough nodding heads, I think. Councilmember Beloga, a question?
No, I was prepared to offer the motion if that would be acceptable. I think it's time for it.
If everybody's fine with that, Councilmember Beloga, why don't you move that, and we'll move it to, put it on the table and get it to the 11th. Councilmember Carter, I'm sorry, question quick?
Actually, I just wanted to say that there were a couple of people on council who asked if Verizon would be willing to do further mitigation on the current building. So decreasing the testing of the generators, which I know could be just a standard practice, putting scrubbers on the current generators, addressing the cooler units impacting the southwest side of the neighborhood. I think there were several ideas brought forward for how we could address the concerns that the neighbors have had for many years, as we consider the new addition to the building as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was captured.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Beloga.
I would move to continue this item 8.5, the public hearing on Verizon wireless expansion, to Monday, January 11th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Nelson to continue this item until January 11th, 2021. Council, further discussion?
Mayor, before you take the vote, I'd just like to clarify for the record that the public hearing has occurred. So if there's public that's listening, the public hearing portion of this item has already occurred. Presiding officer can always take additional testimony, but why don't you just make that clear for people that are listening at home?
Thank you for that clarification. Council, staff, do you need additional clarification on the additional information that we would need prior to the 11th, or?
Mayor, I guess if you're asking that question, I do have a couple of questions here that I want to just be sure that they're, I just want to encourage both parties to, any information that they presented, that they get that evidence and that information over to the council, especially those charts from Verizon. And those, I'm looking for a response regarding that, regarding the measurement that the appellate had asked about. I think it was Mike who made that measurement.
All right, very good. So we have a motion and a second to continue this to January 11th. Hearing no additional council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So we'll get back at this again on January 11th. As Ms. Manderscheid said, the public hearing on this has been closed, so we'll be looking just for additional information. We'll take that, and then we'll make our decision as a council regarding this.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just so people who are watching understand the new information, that'll be published in the packet probably January 7th or 8th. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
So, and then I would just ask that you keep an open mind that I'm sure some of those residents may, after going through that information, may have other response or thoughts on that. And if there's a way to be able to hear from them, I would appreciate that. So I found what they brought forward very helpful. And so thank you to all of them, and just would hope we'd give them that chance again.
Agreed. Thanks for that input, Councilmember Nelson. With that done, so back when we opened the public comment period at, I don't even know what time we opened it, a long time ago. Apparently there were at least a couple of callers on the line that for some reason or another did not get recognized. And I know that Natalie Morose has been waiting, and I believe Andrew Thule was waiting. So Ms. Wilson, if you could help us out here, if we could get at the very least Ms. Morose and Mr. Thule to talk to us via public comment.
Hey, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, this is Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chris.
Do you have a Natalie Morose on the line?
Her line is now open.
Thank you.
Ms. Morose, good evening. Welcome. My apologies for overlooking you in the first place, but then to have you wait through that public hearing, and I appreciate your willingness to stick it out with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Natalie Morose. I live and pay taxes in Bloomington. I love Bloomington and the people here. I am calling to request more accountability by our leadership in Bloomington, who are in office to answer to residents. I'd like to know who is being held accountable for inaccurately informing the residents that the pool needed to be replaced, resulting in months of planning a community center at Valley View Pool without community support at a cost of $100,000 and staff hours. The city manager stated, and I quote, "The fact is, we did not do an analysis of the pool because that was not the charge given to us," end quote. The city assessed the cost of the community center at Valley View Park, which included an analysis of the pool. The Park and Rec director said, quote, "I assure you the pool needs replacing," unquote. The city was charged providing an analysis of the pool with inaccurately informed us that it needed replacement. The Park and Rec Director assured us it needed replacing, even though we provided data that questioned that, specifically pointing out the CIP plan was for the 2028, not 2026, and that the CIP does not indicate the condition of the pool, only the need to plan for possible future needs. Additionally, we questioned the need to replace the pool that was recognized as being one of the pools that were top in the area. The city manager stated that it was not the charge given to us. Yet the recent pool addition would have included an analysis of the pool, one that resulted in the city investing in the pool and pool house, which would indicate the pool did not need replacing. So I'm calling tonight to ask the mayor and council who is being held accountable for stating that and planning the community center at Valley View Park without community support, costing $100,000 in staff hours, which resulted in wasting residents' time and dividing the community. Lastly, it is my understanding that $5 million was taken from the pool and used for COVID relief. At the next public comment, please let us know if that money will be returned. Would you also let us know where else money has been taken from for COVID relief? And again, who will be held accountable for inaccurately informing the residents that the pool needed to be replaced? I'd also like to thank the earlier caller that requested you find answers before voting. That would be a nice change. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Morose. Ms. Wilson, is Mr. Thule still with us?
Lyndon, do we have an Andrew Thule on the line?
Yes,
Yeah.
His line is now open.
You guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. Thule, thanks for your patience. Again, apologize for missing you the first time through, and appreciate your sticking with us. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that was a long meeting there. Council, mayor, and manager. As you guys know, a 49-year resident of Bloomington here. I've gotten to know a lot of residents, primarily over the Valley View Park thing, and gotten to know several residents across the city. Excuse me, and I kind of wanted to talk about probably a wish list or a top 10 wish list that I've kind of observed over social media primarily, and with the people that I've gotten to know across the city. So here's kind of the top 10 wish lists for the new year that I think the residents would like to deliver to the council. So number one is to take care of the parks and establish a natural resource management plan. I hear we have a lot of buckthorn around 9 Mile Creek, and we need to address that and care for our natural habitat and spaces. Another thing is, I hear this a lot, eliminate the racial equity business plan and all the associated employees with it. Many residents feel this is not needed. We're a very diverse community. We get along wonderfully with our neighbors that are diverse, and we feel that this is a waste of money. Stop all the dense living would be number 3. Number 4 would be stop rezoning so neighbors can remain in their low-density neighborhoods. As you see in New York with the coronavirus outbreak, there's a lot of in the dense living. The worst hit are the dense living. So stop the high density push. Number 5 would be stop the signature 7-0 votes, as it's really tough to get 7 people to agree on any one thing or one issue. 7 of my friends get together. We don't all think alike. So number 6 would be to follow the city flow chart and treat residents like they are on top of that chart. And number 7 would be to continue to embrace all law enforcement and their efforts to keep our community safe. I think they've been really overstretched, especially during this COVID-19 and the homeless move into the city. And so our law enforcement need to be thanked and embraced at all costs. Number 8 would be to prioritize city spending for all residents of Bloomington. Really hold the line on the city spending and definitely say no to the World Expo. Number 9 would be to stop all the private hiring of printing firms and encourage true dialogue with residents. And number 10, I would say all residents would agree with this. Keep taxes low while continuing to offer great city services. We really have great water. We have decent streets. The garbage thing, I think people still like the community organized trash collection. But continue to work for the residents, keep the taxes low here, And that will definitely keep people coming back and get good city services. So I want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all council members, mayor and manager. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Thule. Ms. Wilson, could you ask one final time, see if we have anybody else who would like to speak to the public comment?
Lyndon, do we have any other callers still on the line from agenda item 7.2, which is general public comment on items not on the agenda?
There are no further questions or comments at this time.
Could you make one more call for the press star one, please, just to be sure?
Again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. If you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced.
With that, I will close our public comment period for this evening. And we can move back into item 8, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. Council, what I would like to do is looking at the hour here, it's 20 to 11 already. What I would like to offer up, item 9.2, our council rules of procedure, if it would be agreeable to the council to move this to one of our January meetings as well, and actually ask our city attorney to, we were going to talk about the final 2 sections, which were related to decorum. And what I'd like to ask our city attorney to do over the next couple of weeks to incorporate all the edits that we've talked about over the past year or so here, to put those all together and to circulate a revised copy, just a new and fresh and revised copy of all the things that we've talked about to the council. And so we have time to kind of chew on it a little bit and then save that one section on decorum. Save that out, but it'll at least give us an opportunity to look at the comments, the questions, the revisions that we've made to this point, and then we can be in a better position to move forward with this as quickly as possible once we get that done. And but I would like to move that off and be able to start making our way, continue to make our way through this agenda, which, as I said, with the late hour, I want to make sure that we can actually get through as quickly as possible. So I would move, actually move that we adjust the agenda this evening to move item 9.2 to Mr. Verbrugge, January 11th.
Mr. Mayor and council members, may I suggest that if that's just the understanding, when we get to 9.2, we just take an action to
Oh, okay. If it works better that way.
to a future meeting, yeah, rather than alter the agenda as we go. I think that would be preferable.
Very good. Let's do that. Let's once we get to 9.2. But then also for anybody who's watching and hoping to hear the discussion on 9.2, we won't be getting to that this evening. So if that would be okay with everybody. With that, I'll call item 8.1, which is a public hearing, a modification of the Carlton TIF plan. And our CFO, Lori Economy Scholler, is here with us at this hour. Thanks for sticking with us, Ms. Economy Scholler. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Mayor and City Council, I'd like to share my screen with you. Let's see. Before you is the tax increment district for the Carlton, District 5-1. It is in the South Loop Industrial Development District. And we are looking to do a budget adjustment in this TIF plan. We are not adding any dollars to it. We are just moving monies between the lines. We're reducing site improvements, reducing administration costs, and reducing the interfund loan and increasing land acquisition. Earlier this fall, the City Council and the Port Authority met to talk about the SIC development in the South Loop Development District. By moving the budget to have it into increasing the land area, we're able to help fund this project. These fund, the Carlton TIF dollars can only be spent within this development district. It can't be spent in any other part of the city. So we're looking to make this budget change. And that is the motion for this evening.
Council, any questions of Ms. Economy Scholler? Also, to let you know that Mr. Rudlang is still hanging with us as well. If you've got any questions of him also. Any questions at all? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, and I would like to open the public hearing on item 8.1, which is a modification of the Carlton Tax Increment Finance Plan. Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody on the line who would like to speak to item 8.1?
Lyndon, do we have any callers for item 8.1?
No questions or comments at this time. Again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. If you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced.
All right, I'm not seeing anyone coming forward, so council, I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 8.1.
So moved, Beloga.
Second, Coulter.
I'm sorry, I missed who made the motion?
Beloga.
I'm sorry, thank you, Councilmember Beloga. Second, motion by Councilmember Beloga, second by Councilmember Coulter to close the public hearing on item 8.1. No further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Council, any additional discussion on the modification of the Carlton TIF plan? It's modification. It'll reallocate money within the budget. It doesn't increase the amount of the TIF being generated. Seeing no questions, Council, I'd look for action.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beloga.
Move to adopt resolution adopting modification to the tax increment financing plan for tax increment financing district 5.1, also known as Carlton.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Beloga and a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt item 8.1, the modification of the Carlton TIF plan. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Busse?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 8.2, another public hearing. It's a renewal of our on-sale and off-sale 3-2 malt liquor licenses. Our license examiner, Doug Junker, has stuck it out with us, and I appreciate you as well. Mr. Junker, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Happy holidays. Tonight is our annual renewal of our beer licenses. I have one holdout, if you would, tonight. It'll be looking for approval as presented, minus SEMA Market. SEMA Market did not submit a renewal. Last I talked to them, they haven't sold beer all summer long, and they're kind of rethinking their model. So they did not submit a renewal at this time. So looking for your approval as submitted, minus SEMA Market, if you would, please.
Council, any questions of Mr. Junker? I actually have one. Is SEMA Market the only that you've seen to not look to renew or to not look to continue their license from last year to this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Council, we had through this year, we just had a couple that changed their model. If you recall, at liquor and wine renewal time, Tandor dropped their wine and just went to straight beer. SEMA Market is an off-sale location, and she's right next to 7/8 Liquor. So I think her beer sales have never been up to par. I think I'm just assuming she just didn't look to renew this year. I don't think it's anything COVID related or anything like that. Just a change in her business plan.
Good to know. Thank you. Council, additional questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. I'd like to open this public hearing on item 8.2, renewal of our on-sale and off-sale 3-2 malt liquor licenses. Ms. Wilson, do we have anyone looking to speak on item 8.2?
Lyndon, could you please give us any callers who wish to speak to the council on agenda item 8.2?
If you wish to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced. Once again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone.
I do not hear anyone coming forward.
Please continue.
So, council, that being the case, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 8.2.
So moved, Martin.
Second, Beloga.
Got a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to close the public hearing on 8.2. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson? Councilmember Nelson, you are muted.
Aye.
Thank you,
Got
Mayor
it.
Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Council, additional discussion on this? If not, I would look for action.
Mayor, I'm happy to make that motion.
Councilmember Martin.
I will move that we approve the 2021 on sale and off sale 3.2% malt liquor license renewals.
Do we have a second?
Beloga, second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Beloga to approve the 2021 on-sale and off-sale 3.2% malt liquor license renewals as stated, with the exception as mentioned by Mr. Junker, without SEMA Market LLC. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. On to item 8.3, another public hearing. This is a resolution regarding the proposed changes to fees and charges schedule. Ms. Economy Scholler. She was just
Mayor
there.
and council,
There she is. Ms. Economy Shoulder.
in November, the city council approved the 2021 fee schedule, but later in that meeting, they had a budget discussion, and a portion of that area on the budget was for an option that included fees for field rentals. With the approval of the budgets in December, early December, that option for the $80,000 of revenue for those fees, the council asked for those to not be increased for 2021. So this fee schedule change is to remove that $80,000 of fees for area rentals, as the council had indicated with the approval of the budgets. So this is just a housekeeping item to make sure that our fee schedule going into 2021 accurately reflects council's approval and the items in the budget.
Council, questions or comments? This was part of the discussion during the budget, and I think everybody was in favor of it then, and this is just cleaning up what we needed to clean up. No questions or discussion? If not, I will open the public hearing. This is a public hearing regarding proposed changes to fees and charges schedule. Ms.
Lyndon,
Wilson.
do we have any callers for agenda item 8.3?
If you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. Once again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced. No questions and comments at this time. Please continue.
No one coming forward, council. Look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Coulter.
Second, Martin.
Got a motion by Councilmember Coulter and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 8.3. No further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, any further discussion on this proposed changes to fees and charges schedule?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take this one.
Councilmember Coulter.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution approving the 2021 schedule of fees and charges for services provided by departments and divisions of the city of Bloomington, Minnesota, other than those otherwise established by ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coulter, a second by Councilmember Nelson to approve the resolution regarding the proposed changes to fees and charges schedules as stated. Hearing no further council discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 8.4, yet another public hearing. This is on the partial vacation of a public drainage and utility easement located at 2401 East 86th Street. Mr. Keel, good to see you again. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, I've been here, but not on camera, so it's good to be back.
Good to see you. Welcome. Good evening.
Nice to see you, Mayor and Council. This item is a rather routine item. It's a request from Skywater Technologies to vacate a portion of some remnant utility easements. These easements are not needed, and they were kind of vestiges of other land transactions on this property over the number of years. So really, there's no reason that the city shouldn't be able to vacate these easements. They will allow Skywater Technologies to store some equipment that's associated with their newly constructed expansion. So we're recommending approval.
Any questions of Mr. Keel on this item? No questions of Mr. Keel. So with that, I will open the public hearing. This is item 8.4, a public hearing on the partial vacation of a public drainage and utility easement located at 2401 East 86th Street.
Lyndon, do we have any callers for agenda item 8.6?
If you wish to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced. Once again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. No questions or comments at this time. Please continue.
No one coming forward to speak at this public hearing. Council, I'd look for a motion to close it, public hearing.
So moved, Councilmember Lowe.
A second. Anyone?
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lohman, a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 8.4. No additional comments. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter? Sorry, I didn't hear you, Councilmember Carter.
Aye.
Thank you. Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion to close the public hearing passes 7-0. Council, any additional questions or comments on item 8.4? If not, I would look for action.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move a motion in the interest of the public to approve the partial vacation of the public drainage and utility easement with Lot 1, Block 1, Cypress Second Edition, to recommended with the adoption of an ordinance approving the partial vacation of said easement.
Beloga, second.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Lohman and a second by Councilmember Beloga for the partial vacation of a public drainage and utility easement located at 2401 East 86th Street. Council, any additional comments? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We've already taken care of item 8.5, and that'll move us to item 8.6, which is another public hearing, this on the 2020 miscellaneous issues ordinances. Mr. Palermo is going to lead us through this. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Bussey and council members. So tonight is our annual miscellaneous issues, and I'm trying to get to full screen. Is that working? There we go. So as you may remember, miscellaneous issues is our kind of annual update of the code with minor amendments, cleanup items, little clarifications that we find throughout the year. They don't warrant a full study, which is why we kind of bring them together. They're just more minor, and you'll see this year especially, there are more smaller changes. We had 12 total changes that we're proposing, item A through L, and we can talk through any of the ones you want, but I'm just going to present 4 of the more substantive ones. And if you have questions or clarifications that you need on others, I have those slides prepared if necessary.
Mr. Palermo, if I could suggest you go to the presentation screen so we can see it a little bit bigger. How about that?
Sorry. I think it was sharing the wrong screen.
No, I think you got the right screen. You just need to go to presentation mode as opposed to the work mode here.
I see a presentation on my screen, so that's why I was. Let's go to. Well,
Is the ticket
in full screen now?
There it is. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Sorry about that. So the first item I'll bring up is item B. This is related to a pool equipment setback. The code requires that aperture pool equipment be set back 15 feet from the property line, but it doesn't really clarify if it's in a building or not in a building. It doesn't differentiate. But we wanted to really kind of clarify that if it's located in a building such as a pool house, which is commonly is, it could reduce that setback to the typical 5 feet, which is what a pool house is. Because it's screened, noise is not an issue. Kind of those impacts are mitigated by being in a structure. So as you can see, these are more just kind of clarifications or slight modifications this year. The next item would be related to carports. We say in the code that carports are to be treated like garages, but we also require that we have 4 parking spaces. This is for single-family homes that we're talking about and 2-family homes. We're required to have 4 parking spaces, 2 of which are enclosed. It wasn't the intent that carports fulfill this requirement. We were just using that for zoning standard language to say setbacks and other similar aspects in the zoning code would apply to carports. So we wanted to clarify that the enclosed space is not covered under carports, because that enclosed space is really meant to satisfy both security for your vehicle, but maybe you do storage, in which case the carport doesn't provide that for a single family home. And to clarify, this is only for single family homes. It's not talking about multifamily. The third item is clarifying maximum accessory building structure for manufactured homes. It was a little bit unclear on how we would treat that for our manufactured home park. We do allow accessory structures, but we wouldn't, be applying our typical formula that we use for accessory structures for a manufactured home. So we are proposing to clarify that it'd be 120 square feet, which is what we limit 2-family homes, as well as single-family homes that have tuck-under garages completely. Tuck-under, we also limit accessory structures to 120 square feet. So it's consistent with how we treat other accessory structures in the code, just to provide that clarity. And the last one, we're kind of modified our definition of recreational vehicles. We wouldn't be touching the standards at all, but we have some instances where people were claiming their vehicles are recreational vehicles, and we wouldn't consider them recreational vehicles. So we're pointing to the state licensing, saying if you're eligible, if your vehicle is eligible for as a recreational vehicle to be licensed, then that's a recreational vehicle. So the example that kind of stood out was someone had a tiny house that was on a trailer, and so it technically met our definitions, but it wouldn't be licensed as an RV from the state. So this is just an extra way to kind of point to another definition that's applicable. And so those were the kind of the four more substantive ones. If there's any others that any council member would like to me to address, I can at this time, but for sake of time, I wanted to be quick.
And you're a hero because of it. Thank you so very much. Greatly appreciated. Council, any questions on the four that Mr. Palermo went through, or any others within the staff report that you would like to discuss? Any questions? If not, this is also a public hearing. And right now I'd like to call the public hearing for item 8.6. Public hearing on our 2020 miscellaneous issues ordinances. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, do we have any callers for agenda item 8.6? Anyone wishing to ask a question or give public comment?
No questions or public comments at this time. Once again, if you wish to ask a question, please press star 1 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced. If you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone.
I'm not hearing anyone coming forward, Council. I'd look for a motion to close the public comment, or the public hearing here.
So moved.
Second, Martin.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Martin to close the public hearing on item 8.6, the public hearing. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga. Councilmember Beloga.
Aye.
Thank you. Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Bowman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson. I didn't hear you, Councilmember Nelson.
Aye.
Thank you. Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Council, without any additional comments or discussion, I'd look for action on item 8.6.
Mayor, if I may, before we make the motion.
Please, Ms.
I'd just like to clarify that each of these items, A through L, are actually a separate ordinance. So if you look at the packet on page 402, you'll see that the motion is set up that way, as well as the resolution for summary publication. Just want to be clear to everybody that these are separate ordinances. We will be publishing one summary if you approve that resolution, but it's not a single ordinance, it's multiple ordinances. It's just an easier way to process them through our system.
So in the motion, do we have to clarify A, B, C, D, or just read it as it is, A through L?
Mayor, you can read it as A through L.
Okay, thank you. Council, any additional questions, or if not, look for action.
I can do that, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Councilmember Carter,
Okay.
yes.
I would move to approve the resolution, or I would move to approve the 2020 miscellaneous issues ordinances A through L as attached to the staff report that amend chapters 1, 2, 19, and 21 of the city code.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter, and I think that was Councilmember Martin with the second, to adopt the 2020 miscellaneous issues ordinances. Council, no further discussion? Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson,
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 on item 8.6. Councilmember Carter, would you like to do summary publication as well?
Yep, I would move to authorize summary publication of ordinance A through L, amending the city code.
Second, Martin.
We have a motion by Councilmember Carter and a second by Councilmember Martin for summary publication. No further discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Our final public hearing of the evening is item 8.7, which is a public hearing on the 2021 through 2030 Capital Improvement Plan approval. Ms. Economy Scholler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Once again, I have a presentation, so let me pull that. Are you able to see that?
Yes, we are.
Great. So this evening we have a public hearing on the combined 10-year CIP, and that's from 2021 through 2030. Let's see if it will.
And I would recommend just maximizing the screen and then going from the beginning.
It doesn't want to seem to, let's see.
Then we'll work with what we've got.
I wanted to add a slide there. So, do you see the next slide that says overview?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The overview, we'll go through a little bit on the purpose and the priorities of the CIP. Keep trying to push that document there. The new enhanced priorities that we did this year, some major projects for 2021, and then the public hearing information. The CIP document is essentially a planning tool. It's a long-range physical planning of and financial projections where we have projects. Projects get into the CIP over a period of time. When we look at the document, you can usually indicate when it has, say, city facilities and it has a 2014 number, like a 14 on there. That project entered the CIP system in 2014. So a number of projects have been out there for a long period of time. And so as time evolves and as we get within a year or two that project, we would do much more robust look at the numbers of that project. So that project might be out there for a number of years as we move through time. We look at every project that's over 50,000. Again, very much a planning tool. Being in the CIP does not guarantee that all the funding will come together when it is time, for that date in the future or a current date for that project to go. Depending on the dollar amount and the funding sources, it may come before the city council or it would just go through the city manager if it's below the procurement approval levels. So this evening, we've gone through a number of methods for the CIP process. I'll keep moving there. In January of 2020, we brought the draft of the 2020 through 2029 CIP to the city council. And one of the recommendations council had asked at that time was to really dig into prioritization. And so what occurred after that is that we created a prioritization committee. We looked at different methods of prioritization, ranking the projects. And moving through that, we also added different goals in regards to racial equity and sustainability. And then we brought those new priorities to the city council, and they looked through those and improved that methodology late spring. The committee continued to work with departments, and we really dug deep into how each department needed to prioritize each of their projects at a department level. And then it was brought up to the committee, and we relooked at everything there at where they were and the timing to see that we could space out some of the funding for some of the city facilities so that it was all not bunched up together. We continue to look at that in early August and July. And we brought the draft of the CIP to the executive leadership team in mid-September. And then the City Council looked at this document in early November. The Planning Commission had it, let's see if we can get further into this, looking at it in early December. Again, part of our process is to have the Planning Commission look at this document to see that the projects within it are in compliance with the comprehensive plan. When we look at what's in the document for 21 and 22, we're kind of looking to see that we are starting really the planning phases for some of these, or turning on the green light a little bit that as we're bringing them forward. For example, one of the projects already moving through the City Council is the PMP reconstruction. The City Council looked at that in November, and that's going through its stages. All the normal maintenance that we would do in some of the projects continue to really evolve in a normal process fashion. In 2021, in the alternative transportation area, there are no major projects. In fact, in the alternative transportation area, there's no projects for 21 and 22. They are saving and building up a lot of the franchise fees revenues that are coming in for a much larger, robust project in 2023. In city facilities, the larger projects there are Civic Plaza doors, and the roof over Public Works. It's been there for well over 20 years. And we're going to start the planning phase for Fire Station 4. In the park acquisition area, there's all of the park acquisition areas are in future projects. Park development, this would be funded by charter bonds, probably late spring to midsummer. And that would to look at more of the Dred Scott lighting, some fencing, tennis courts. It would fund 2 school projects. We would work with the schools on that, and they fund half of it. It would be helping out on the Herbeck dugouts. There'd be some parking lot improvements, and there'd be some little maintenance on electronic reader ports. So that project under the park developments would be coming before the council, and probably in some pieces to merge together for the bond sale this later this summer. And then in the stormwater and sewer area, we look to have a major improvement on 28th Avenue and East Old Tuckery Road. That's going to improve the capacity there in the South Loop area, American Boulevard and 28th entrance there. And then in surface transportation, the big projects there are the PMP for reconstruction, overlay, and some bridge work. So that would bring us, just love technology this late at night, the public hearing, and if the council has any questions on the CIP document. It is a robust document of 376 pages. So stand for questions.
Council, any questions of Ms. Economy Shoulder regarding the CIP? Seeing no questions, at this time I'd like to wow, it is getting late. At this time, I'd like to open the public hearing on item 8.7, our 2021 through 2030 capital improvement plan. Ms. Wilson, do we have anybody who'd like to speak to item 8.7?
I will check, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, do we have any callers wishing to speak on agenda item 8.7?
If you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. Once again, if you wish to ask a question or give a comment, please press star 1 on your telephone. There are no questions or comments at this time. Please continue.
No one coming forward to speak at this public hearing on the capital improvement plan. Council, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Oh, or second.
So I'm sorry, I missed the motion. Who moved it?
So Patrick moved it and Dwayne seconded it.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Martin and second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing on item 8.7. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 to close the public hearing. Council, any additional questions, comments, concerns regarding the CIP? And as a reminder, we started this discussion back in February 2020 to reestablish the prioritization. We talked about the revised methodology. In June, we talked through the departments, and all through the spring and summer, the staff worked to review this project. October 26th, we had a study session on it. December 3rd, the Planning Commission had a meeting, and here we are on the 21st of December to approve this. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I know it's been raised briefly tonight, and I think some of us may have gotten emails from residents asking about additional investment in kind of natural resources restoration. I will just say, for me personally, I really look forward to, as I've mentioned before, this Parks Master Plan. And while Parks and Rec is a little bit of a different budget than natural resources restoration necessarily as we see here, the completion of that plan is going to be an amazing guide for figuring out how, when, and how much we invest in some of that restoration to go along with some of these projects. It's kind of tough to make big changes to the CIP here kind of last minute and throw cash at a project if it turns out that park may be one of the least utilized when we look at the 30-year plan coming out of the Parks Master Plan. So for folks that are interested in that in particular, I would just encourage them to participate in the Parks Master Planning. Let's Talk Bloomington, I know, is up on the website, and they can help to steer kind of some of that broader conversation that would also include this funding.
Well said, Councilmember Martin. Thank you. Council, any additional comments? If not, I would look for action.
Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion.
Councilmember Martin.
I will move that we adopt the resolution approving the city's capital improvement plan for the years 2021 through 2030.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Coulter.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Coulter to adopt the 21 through 30 capital improvement plan. Hearing no further council discussion. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. With that completes our public hearings for this evening. I think we can release our operator. Ms. Wilson, could you please release Lyndon, our operator, and with our thanks for the evening's work?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Lyndon, we are all done with public hearings and public comment for this evening. So you can go ahead and disconnect the line. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Lyndon.
You too. Good night.
Moving on to item 9, our organizational business, and item 9.1, which is a merit board commissioner appointment. And our merit board, obviously, it oversees the administration of the city's merit system for city employees. And we have, I believe, 2 openings on our merit board. Ms. Wilson, did you have more on this?
No, Mr. Mayor. I believe we have 2 applicants for 1 opening. Is that correct, Denise?
Now, the sheet that I see, it says...
We have 2 openings, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Total of
Mark,
2 seats to fill is what I hear.
Right.
Yep.
Mark Pecora is an incumbent not applying for reappointment.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you for clarification. So we have 2 applicants and 2 seats to fill. The first applicant is an incumbent, Mr. John Locks, and a new applicant, Mr. Jake Anderson. So council, we can do the official vote or we could do it by affirmation. What would you like to do here? Let's do the official vote. So each council member, you get to vote for 2. We will make this nice and official, and we can go through this. Councilmember Beloga, question?
Not a question, but a comment. We spent a fair amount of time, hour and a half the other day, going through how we were going to do this. And it's very disappointing to see that out of the 9 positions that we're going to be reviewing today and at the next meeting, we had 1 resume submitted out of 9. So in the instance of the merit board, there's a gentleman who I know personally, so I know what his qualifications are. The other gentleman wrote 3 very brief sentences for his background. And frankly, it doesn't provide me with adequate information about the candidate's qualifications. So I will be voting for one and abstaining for the other.
And I would agree with you, Councilmember Beloga. I think that discussion we had not too long ago about the process that we want to go through, I think this process was underway when we had that discussion. And so, yes, I would agree 100%. I would much prefer an expanded application procedure, the requirement of a resume, however we want to do it. But to get more information, I would agree with that. But otherwise, this is what we've received in other situations in the past. So
it is.
Yep. Council, any further discussion? So we have 2, and each person gets 2 votes for the 2 seats to fill. And Ms. Christensen, if you could call us through this, please.
Sure thing. Councilmember Beloga.
I will vote for Locks and abstain on the second vote.
Councilmember Carter.
Locks and Anderson, I do agree with Councilmember Beloga's concerns, though.
Thank you. Councilmember Coulter.
Locks and Anderson.
Thank you. Councilmember Lohman.
Locks and Anderson.
Councilmember Martin.
Locks and Anderson.
Councilmember Nelson.
Locks and Anderson.
And Mayor Bussey.
Locks and Anderson. Council, I'd look for a motion here.
I can make this one as well, Mayor.
Councilmember Martin.
I will move that we appoint Jake Anderson and John Locks to terms ending 12/31/23 on the merit board.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Martin and a second by Councilmember Carter to appoint John Locks and Jake Anderson to the merit board with terms expiring on 12/31/2023. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga.
Aye.
Carter.
Aye.
Coulter.
Aye.
Lohman.
Aye.
Martin.
Aye.
Nelson.
Aye.
Mayor Bussey.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 9.2 is our council rules of procedure. And as I mentioned earlier, in the interest of time, this is something I would like to put off until, I believe, our January 11th meeting. And but to direct Ms. Manderscheid to start to put all of the revisions together. So we have a couple of weeks to take a look at the revised document as it's put together, and then we can put together the piece on decorum and council meetings in after that. So if you're okay with pushing item 9.2 off until January 11th, I would look for a motion to do so, and we can continue this discussion then. Councilmember Beloga,
Question, Mr. Mayor?
please.
Do we not need to change the order of the agenda to accommodate the new meeting schedule that we adopted?
Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor and members, I'm not entirely sure what the question is, but there was an item on the consent agenda for tonight that talked about, I believe what I think you're asking about, Councilmember Beloga. I'm trying to.
I believe that's correct, Ms. Manderscheid. There was an item in consent setting the calendar and the start time for our meetings. That's correct.
Yeah, it was item 6.18. It was amending council rules of procedure sections 1 and 9. And in that action that you took during the consent, I'm just trying to get to it here. Bear with me. I incorporated the edits that you all had asked me to tackle the last time we talked about this, which was changing it to be regular meetings on Mondays of each month at 6 p.m. And then talking about the place. As a reminder, with the change to being in an emergency position and having meetings on WebEx, we clarified that the place that we meet at is both the chambers, but also electronically, so that we establish that as our regular meeting location and thereby having regular meetings and not special meetings. We also added in the language about the 10 p.m. End, and that you all would need to take action by majority vote of those people present to go beyond 11. We also added in there that you'll be adopting your schedule by resolution, which you also did during the consent. And then I added in, pursuant to your request, that public comment period would move up earlier in the process. It would move to right after approval of the agenda. So that's where that will be now with regard to our order of business. I'll just note, and it's in the materials for item 9.2, that the emergency meetings, you had asked me to put language in section 1 related to emergency meetings, and that is not reflected here. I didn't want to go beyond the scope of what you had asked me to draft for this particular item, but that will be coming in to the subsequent all-in revision that you'll see soon.
So the short way of saying that is that we took care of it in consent. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the short version. Sorry, I
Yes.
wanted to make sure everybody understood.
Appreciate that. So, council, do we have a motion to move this the rules of procedure discussion to January 11th?
So moved.
Second, Councilmember Lohman.
Motion and a second. Motion by Beloga, second by Lohman to move item 9.2, the council rules of procedure discussion, to January 11th. Further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Loman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Item 9.3, the report out on the city manager performance evaluation and employment agreement. So, as you all know, the Bloomington City Council met in a closed session on December 14th, 2020 for the purpose of conducting a performance evaluation of our city manager, Mr. James D. Verbrugge. Mr. Verbrugge was evaluated on 6 categories, including leading, managing, and developing city staff, financial management through effective and efficient service delivery, focus on strategic priorities, meaningful and inclusive resident involvement, innovation and appropriate risk-taking, and relationship with the City Council. After extensive discussion with the City Council and Mr. Verbrugge, the city manager was found to be meeting expectations in all 6 categories. And as part of our agenda packet this evening is the employment agreement for anyone who is interested in taking a look at that. Council, anything to add to that? Very good. With that, we can move on to item 9.4.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, need action on the employment agreement, please.
I apologize. There is a motion. I apologize.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, just one comment I wanted to make. I know
with Mr. Coulter, Councilmember Coulter, without violating any HR policies here, if you could, please.
Yes, no, I was not going to make any.
Okay.
I hope not. I mean, it's published in the packet. I just was going to point it out. So,
very good.
I guess if I'm violating HR practices and so is everyone else, I was just going to specify that some folks had asked about it, and there is no change in the city manager's compensation under this contract.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Coulter. Councilmember Nelson?
Same point I want to bring up, so.
And I apologize for overlooking the fact that we actually have to approve this. Once we get past item 9, typically we don't vote, and I missed it completely. I apologize for that. So, Council, I would look for a motion and a second to approve the employment agreement between the city manager and the city of Bloomington.
So moved. Martin?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the employment agreement between the city manager and the city of Bloomington. I do want to clarify page 520, the signature page, looks to be the old page. So we might have to update that as we do that. I'm seeing another signature above the mayor's, on the mayor's line there. We will have to get that updated.
Mayor, I believe the relevant copy before for the council is actually the signature pages on 516. You may be looking at the previous version, the prior year's version. There were two contracts in there, the existing and then the one moving forward. So the one moving forward is accurate on.
You get this late into the evening, and I'm not anywhere near as sharp. Trust me on that.
No
I appreciate
problem.
that.
That's why we're all here.
Appreciate that. We have a motion and a second to approve the city manager employment agreement. Additional questions or comments? If not, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
Aye.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
Aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And with that, we can move to item 9.4, the City Council Policy and Issue Update. Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. One issue that I did want to provide an update to the council on, and also make sure that the public is also aware, because it's been a matter of discussion over the past couple of years, and then again recently during our budget process. And that has to do with the Highland Greens Golf Course. As many are aware, Highland Greens has been owned and operated by the city since the 1970s. It's a 9-hole par 30 golf course. It's got expansive all-grass driving range and bunker and putting and short game practice areas, which offer players of all ages and abilities a great golf experience. But if folks have been paying attention, they also know that financial shortfalls have persisted at Highland Greens for more than a decade, which has required the city's general fund subsidy to offset operating losses, and ultimately prompted an extensive operational review by staff, utilizing golf industry consultants and a resident task force back in 2016 to help determine the future of the course. In 2020, Highland Greens remained closed throughout the golf season due to budgetary pressures, primarily driven by the coronavirus pandemic. The citywide budget crisis that arose as a result of COVID-19 led staff to start thinking creatively about how to continue delivering services and providing amenities to residents in the most cost-efficient manner possible. And one such community amenity that's currently being evaluated is Highland Greens. So in October, our Parks and Rec staff met with leadership from the Three Rivers Parks District staff to explore potential programming and operating partnerships at Highland Greens and parkland around Bush Lake and the Minnesota River Valley, and to discuss the city's role as an implementing partner agency of the Metropolitan Council's regional park system. So as a follow-up to that, a couple weeks ago on December 7th, I, along with our Parks and Rec Director, Ann Catry, our Assistant Parks and Rec Director, Renee Clark, Mayor Bussey, and council members Beloga and Nelson met with the Superintendent of Three Rivers Parks District, Bo Carlson, as well as the Parks District Chair, John Gunyu, and our local commissioner, John Gibbs, to further discuss the Highland Greens operating partnership in particular. Representatives from both the agencies in that conversation acknowledged that Three Rivers Parks District's similar experience with golf operations, including lessons and instruction, expressed a desire to continue working towards a partnership in which Three Rivers assumes operational control of Highland Greens, providing the community with continued access to what I think all of us recognize as a valuable recreational amenity. So it was decided at that meeting for the participating agency representatives to seek concurrence from the full Bloomington City Council and respectively the Three Rivers Parks District Board to direct staff to pursue an operational agreement and possible joint powers agreement to help facilitate Three Rivers operation of Highland Greens beginning as soon as the upcoming 2021 golf season, and also continuing to develop a framework for additional potential operating partnerships related to parkland and programming and natural resource management. The board at Three Rivers had a similar briefing from the superintendent last week during their meeting, and according to what was reported to us, responded favorably to that. So, Mr. Mayor and council members, happy to answer any questions, but certainly expect to see more about this in the next month or so, coming back through for city council discussion as we advance the framework for how it might work to have Three Rivers operating Highland Greens here in the city of Bloomington.
Council, any questions or comments on this? I will say I think it's an exciting possibility. It's an exciting partnership. The city of Bloomington and Three Rivers Park District has a long history of working together very successfully, and this would be another great opportunity to do so. And look forward to continuing this conversation and exploring what possibilities there might be. Is there anything else, Mr. Verbrugge?
That's all I have for you, Mr. Mayor, other than to extend again the gratitude of our staff to the council for your leadership this year, and to extend my personal thanks for your continued leadership in the community, and wishing all of you certainly a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year.
Thank you, and to you as well. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just had a question for the city manager regarding the new federal assistance package that actually probably got passed while we were sitting here tonight. And I know there was some early versions that had assistance for state and local governments, and my understanding is that was not in the final version. Just wondering if you have an update and how that might or might not impact Bloomington.
I do have an update, Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson. I'm trying to find the summary here. It did pass both the House and the Senate in the course of our meeting tonight. I think that's really a bad sign for us if the House and the Senate can move legislation in the time it takes us to conduct a meeting, but that's a whole different issue, I think. So the high points are this, and I'll make sure I provide this to the council in follow-up information as well. Direct economic relief for workers and families, $286 billion. Small business, $325 billion. Community development, financial institutions, and minority depository institutions, $12 billion. $45 billion to transportation, $69 billion for vaccines, testing, and tracing. Also for community health and healthcare provider support. That's going to be important for us. Our public health team and others are working on setting up our vaccination process. $82 billion for schools, and $25 billion for rental assistance. And then some smaller categories of nutrition, agriculture, childcare, broadband, and then some miscellaneous provisions. But obviously the big issue for most people watching is the direct payments from the federal government. My understanding, those are going to be $600 per individual, or $1,200 per couple, up making up to $150,000 a year, and another $600 for each child. So it's not as much as what was provided earlier this year, but based on what I've seen, they will try to be getting these funds out ASAP as early as next week. You are correct. There was no funding for state and local government in this deal. That was one of the decisions made in the negotiation. The House was trying to get funding for state and local government, and the Senate was trying to get a liability shield for employers and business. And in the end, those two items each fell out of the deal that was ultimately agreed upon.
Which was disappointing to see the lack of aid to cities and states is a disappointment. But Councilmember Nelson, any additional questions on that? Councilmember Lohman.
Right back at you, Councilmember Nelson. You had mentioned during the proceedings earlier about some policy proposal, and I wanted to hear about what that was. You stopped yourself in the meeting, and I want to congratulate you for doing that. But I wanted to know what it was that you had put forward.
I just thought that it might make some sense to take a look at those industrial zoning permitted uses, and know any of those that have a history of complaints or actively generate a lot of noise, and if we should be looking at a greater buffer between those and residential areas, similar to what we just did with the mini storage facilities and some of the light issues and things of that nature. Would these make sense a little bit more, setback or away from residential areas in the future, so we don't run into a problem like this? I think the Verizon facility is a great asset for the community. I mean, obviously a lot of people have cell phones and new technology is great, but is that location right there, right across from a couple of residential areas, does that make sense for that type of data center with those types of equipment requirements? I think is an open question. And I know we need to match state law in terms of the noise ordinance, but we do have other discretion in terms of zoning and where we can put different uses and things like that. So that's all I was getting at there.
Well, I would definitely support us having a look at that to try to see if we could make the lives better for our residents with that. So I'll add me onto that list of folks who are interested in that. And I'm glad you did that and you stopped, because I think there's so much confusion with our role in that quasi judicial. In fact, I just set a little pyramid off so that folks could see that. I had a resident who'd asked some questions about that. So I just think it's so important that our stuff is pretty confusing. We also do policy, but we also are the judge on our own policy. Maybe not the same council, but certainly we have those same roles. So really appreciate you doing that. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for the reminder a couple meetings ago.
Council, anything else to bring forward this evening? If not, our last meeting of the year, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you and to all of staff for the work that has gone into this year. It has been a year unlike any other, and hopefully will never be repeated again. And looking forward to 2021. So thank you all very much for your work and your support and all you do on behalf of Bloomington. And thanks to our Bloomington residents who, if there's anybody still watching, thanks for sticking it out with us. Thanks for your support of the city as well. It's a great place to live. Council, with that, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Martin?
Don't get shy now, folks.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to adjourn. Hearing no further discussion, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. Beloga?
I'm having too much fun.
Carter?
Aye.
Coulter?
Aye.
Lohman?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Nelson?
I don't think we can end before we comment on Jack's sweater. So every
See it
year,
blink
no
one
one
more
backs
time.
Jack up on the sweater. So, aye.
Mayor Bussey?
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. We are adjourned. Thank you all again very much. Everybody have a wonderful holiday. Be safe. We'll see you in the new year. Thank you very much.
Happy holiday.
Happy holidays.